Hello everyone. I hope everybody is doing well. Hello, Raspa Trash Bear. Welcome in, welcome in. It's so nice to see you. I hope all is well. So, I accidentally transitioned to the wrong thing. We will get to the Grillin Sicilian in just a little bit. Because of course we reached our dono goal, which is always if we can fully fund one of these books from my research, then we will doing good, getting ready for that Alan Wake's American Nightmare. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's like a marathon, right? It's like a movie marathon, or am I confusing it with something else? But yes, because we hit the dono goal, which again is just to fund the books that I need for my research, for different research projects, etc. Right? Because then the dono goal is rather, it's a game between. Oh, okay, I see now. Oh my gosh, I've never seen mine edited like that. It's cute. I like it with the sunglasses. A grilled cheese between feasts. Oh, I see. I see now. That makes sense. Because we hit the dono goal, we're gonna go over Rudyard, the Grillin Sicilian's historical work, of course. If you can even call it historical. Yeah, we're going to be going over that today. I'm going to be reacting to it. Again, if we hit any of the other goals, the sub goal, right, which we'll get into a more serious topic, or if we hit another of the book goals, we'll have another pseudo history thing to go over for sure. That will be how we will go through things. So, but I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everyone's having a good weekend. So I will just turn off the music for now, since I kind of want to just like we just kind of need to start when it comes to Rudyard, or I just like to call him the Grillin Sicilian. I don't know. That's just me. And, I almost want to be like Rudyard, the Grillin Sicilian Lynch. That's kind of how I want to be, but. I don't know if he quite deserves that, but
Jesus, Abraham Lincoln, and Winston Churchill have in common. They were all around.
What? Okay, I'm sorry. Well, what did they all have in common? They were all brave American heroes. I don't know. It's already starting. I really don't know what this. Is he a heel in this context? Yeah, I suppose so. Yes, indeed.
At the same time as China, while the Hittite, Roman, British.
Wait, what? I mean, okay, yes, yes, generally speaking, but what do you mean by China? That's that. Okay, I'm already what do you mean by China? Because there's been many Chinas, and the idea and even that idea of China is the Western idea of China, right? That's how we define China, right? That's not how the people only very recently has there kind of been the clash of civilizations, right, idea of China, right, where it's coextensive with quote unquote Chinese civilization. But I don't understand the whole they lived at the same time as China. I mean, I don't know. Turn up the volume for Rudyard? Yes, definitely, for sure. Oh wait, is it not? Okay, it should. J'espère. Vraiment, j'espère. It should be good now.
Turkish empires rose and fell, China stood firm as a rock on the eastern side of Eurasia.
But it didn't, though. It didn't, though. It didn't. It just literally did not. Like they're like unless we are supposed to count every successive dynasty that was in charge of some part of what we now call China, right? But that's not how, like, Benedict Anderson goes into this very well, at how, like, the idea of, like, 中国, which is like how you say China in Chinese, like the central land or the etc., right? Is not the concept that we have when we think of country, right? And so to say that, like, China has this idea of itself that goes back into the past in the way how we think of France and Spain and England sort of in the past doesn't really work. I don't know. Hello, Ben. The same time as China. Yeah, as Donald Trump likes to say it. If Churchill wasn't there, I would have said beards. Yeah, like literally, that's like the warring periods, right? And like the fall, pardon me, the spring and autumn period. Like there's just so many times when, like, and again, the other thing too is like it like the Yuan dynasty, right, which is on obviously which is seen as like the one that was created, so to speak, quote unquote, by Mongols, right? By after the Mongol invasions, right? That dynasty saw itself as Zhongguo, like they were, as it were, Sinicized, right? They spoke, Chinese languages, etc., etc., right? Like they would have spoken Mandarin, Cantonese, etc. Like they would have spoken Wu and the other dialects, right? Why do we call it China? Is it just because of the Qin dynasty? Because white. I mean, that's a very... yeah. Because we should say, like, if Turkey has renamed itself Turkiye, right, then surely we could say Zhongguo, right? But then, I don't know, because I don't know. It's like one of those things where it's like I would be fine calling it Zhongguo, and but then I know the people, well, we already have this word that represents China and blah blah blah. And then another thing too is like when they try to act like there's like only one ethnicity or one majority ethnicity in China, that's Han Chinese. And it's like, again, that's Westerners looking in. It's the same thing with Japan. Like, you have this huge island archipelago, right? You're not going to look at, and like, for a Westerner to look at that and say, oh, they're all one ethnic group. It's like, no. That doesn't need, no. That's not how that works.
Today, we're seeing the rise of a militant, powerful China that stands to threaten the world order.
Whose world order? Hello, Igloo. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. Whose world order? Like that's the thing with Reddit. I have to stop so much because I'm just like, China is technically part of the world order, right? It's like one of the 5 security, the Security Council members, etc. Like, it was part of the Allied powers, blah, blah, blah. If the only thing is, like, oh, they have hammer, sickle, and, lots of, parades with troops and weapons. If America wasn't in this, like, we need to devolve the government and make it as small as possible, which, like, literally goes against the kind of designs of, like, right-wing thought. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you can't have a totalitarian state but also a state that is completely cannibalized from within, right? So, bro, don't get me started on Japan. Like, everyone is just fucking pretending Okinawa was part of Japan when it never was. Right, like, it literally has its own history, and in fact, it even has its own language, its own separate language grouping, the Ryukin language subgroup. right? And it's just like, and again, like it's also another thing too is like same thing when people talk about Taiwan, right? Like they are talking about it as though it's always been populated by people from Zhejiang, right, and Henan, right? But that isn't the case, right? Over time, people and that they speak Hokkien, etc., right, and different Chinese languages. Like the indigenous people just have been. I mean, it's a, it's been its own form of settler colonialism, in a way, where the indigenous Austronesian-speaking peoples have been kind of relegated to the eastern side of the island and the mountainous center. But yeah, you also have discrimination. Yeah, exactly. I mean that's what I'm trying to say is like there are people who like especially from more rural provinces, especially now or at least more recently, right, that are discriminated heavily because before they couldn't even get residence permits to live in places like Shanghai or Beijing, right? Like you couldn't live there legally, right? Like you had to get a residence permit, but you couldn't. So then you had to work illegally, even though you're technically, within your own country, right? But that was a way for them to send remittances back home because there are no jobs, et cetera, right? Like it's very, you also, there's no difference between, as if there's no difference, right? Right, like how can they not recognize that you have the Ainu people here, right, and the different Ryukin peoples here, and then be, oh, but this is all one and the same, or this is all one and the same, or this is all one and the same, right? But like in Europe, they want to be like, so this is Bruxellite, this is Ypres, this is Antwerpen. You know what I mean? It's like they will make it as anything into like an ethnic group, right? When it comes to Europe, but for Asia and the global South generally, they're just like, yeah, they're essentially all one thing anyway. So own language, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. I don't have a ton of understanding on Taiwan issue, but my friend is Taiwanese. He says a lot of Taiwanese either don't see themselves as a separate country, like there's still a civil war. Well, right. I mean, like, again, that's because of the fact that from 1949 onward, right, up until the one China policy was enacted by the United States, like it still claimed all of the lands, including like Inner and Outer Mongolia, which is now the Mongolia, the Republic of Mongolia. It claimed all of the lands of the former Qing Empire as being part of its claim to China, as the Republic of China, right? Because there was a brief period, right? And because the nationalists and the communists did collaborate, in the sense that they collaborated, like, principledly, right, in order to defeat the Japanese, that and then it devolved into the Civil War period that we understand, right? And then you have the move over to the island of Taiwan, right? Like there is still that question, because I know a lot of people, even larger streamers and everything, have discussed like, well, on paper it considers, and again, it's like the independence movement within Taiwan would is one that is really more of a more recent thing in history, really since like the 80s, and really not even that, like more like the mid 90s is really when it begins to even have any traction, and that's just because of the fact that like the United States, I forget, I think it's Disney or something, I can't remember which company it is, but like all of the hats, like all of the like the baseball caps, they're like they have them all made in one place, and that place is Taiwan, right? And that's kind of the same thing with TSMC, right, with the semiconductors, right, where it's like the United States was willing to invest very heavily in Taiwan for these specific things, right? And so like that economic autonomy, one might say, right, kind of allowed for people to develop, right, an independentist line, right? I have friends coming from Beijing, have their friends restricted due to she is from Wuhan. Massive emerging discrimination present against people from Wuhan after COVID. I mean, there's still, I mean, like, I was okay, this actually happened when I went to visit family in New York. I went to a restaurant and I didn't know, like it was friends and parents, and you know, we went there. We didn't know that just like right before we had arrived, there had been an anti-Asian hate crime that had been committed, like right in front of this restaurant, all because of the whole rhetoric of like the virus coming from China, right? Like that was the whole thing, right? And because of that rhetoric, like it actually turned out to be like an attack that, you know, severely harmed someone. And I, you know, it definitely put a lot of things into perspective because I was just like, whoa, like it literally just had happened. Like they had just finished like cleaning up the scene, right? Had just taken them away in the ambulance, and then like we come in to go eat, and it's like, you know, these people are kind of like in shock still, and you know, we so yeah, this is a police restriction. Oh, I see. Her permit. Oh, yes, her residency permit. I see. Yeah, and those apparently now are more easier to get, at least before COVID, where, you know, became more easier to get. But now are becoming more restricted again. But before this, like in 2008, like in that time period when there was like the global economic, you know, slowdown and the recession and everything, they also became very, very scarce. But the amount of workers that were living in Shanghai and Beijing, etc., like was super, super high, and to where it became a problem. Like it, you know. UK also had emerging racism at the time. Yeah. There is the difference. Yeah, it's a systemic one for sure. UK also had emerging racism at the time, right? The difference was, of course, that like they didn't have the president, right? Like the, you know what I mean, like and even like figures in the State Department and stuff like that, right? And even other political figures repeating, and still to this day repeating it.
This brings up the pertinent question of what is the essence of Chinese civilization? How do we understand this civilization that holds 1/5 of the human race? My job as a YouTuber requires a lot of time management and writing to make I've always been a professional premium to help mass migrations.
Hold up. Let me look at the chat really quickly. Sorry, there's a good amount of chat today. I've not talked with them, but there was no real justification. So at the time, she could not leave to work. She could not work. She could not stay in Beijing. Interesting. I know. Yeah, Beijing has a massive population. It's like 20 million. Plus the metro area, right? It's something along those lines. Yeah, it's WhatIfAltHist.
China, which then promulgated mass migrations out from there across all of East Asia, stretching from Japan to Indonesia.
Okay, sorry, I just already, yes, yes, this is kind of true. Like, this is true that there were mass migrations, but there were, like, it's acting like, oh, one day there was just like a spawn point for like, that's the problem when you don't look at the idea of civilizations, right, as a whole human thing, right? Because now it's making it look like, oh, you have these spawn points, like, you know, between the Huanghe and the Yangtze River, right? Like, No. Yes, this is true that there was mass migration because there was quote unquote civilization, which just means that that's where cities like were first built, right? And like there were permanent settlements built with people living in more or less what we would describe as an urban settlement, which mostly happened on the Yangtze River. But this is also not looking at the fact that Taiwan down, like to the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, like all of that it's completely canceling out the fact that that's all the Austronesian migrations. In fact, we know that Taiwan is the sort of the center point of the vast exodus, I guess, if one could say, of the Austronesian peoples, because I forget how many divisions it is, but in terms of the language, right, there are like two major divisions outside of the island of Taiwan, right? One of which includes like Tagalog and languages in Indonesia, and going off into in eastern Indonesia, going off into the South Pacific, Hawaii, etc. Right? Because like in Taiwan, one of the ways to say and I can't remember the exact language name right now, it's escaping me, but like the way to say hello is mahala, right? And if you go to Hawaii, it's mahalo, right? So you can see that there is that linguistic, right, continuity. But in Taiwan, there's like 23 differentiations, and wherever there are more differentiations in language like that, like more dialectical differences, that's where that's where that sort of originated from, right? So like that's why we know that Taiwan is the place where all the Austronesian, like, and that's just kind of canceling that out as well. Life is like Civ 6, right? Yeah. Why is it restricted? They didn't get a lot of the time these migrations also involve certain professions moving one location, right? Exactly. Because like, for example, people that like people along the coast most likely would have learnt shipbuilding. So for them to move here, right, like had there been some reason why, right, it kind of material conditions, right? Historical materialist analysis.
Creating the genetic
so to speak.
Modern East Asians. From then on, we saw the Chinese form Stone Age villages that gradually got larger and larger until they formed small.
I'm sorry, like if this is his example of a Stone Age village, this is like very advanced. If they, if they have stone bridges with 3 arches crossing a river, that's very advanced for Stone Age. But he needs to get better resolution art. I don't know.
All kingdoms. The Chinese claim that their civilization stretches back to 3000 BC under a certain...
Like, I have to stop so much with the Grillin Sicilian. We do have records of mystical dragon daddy emperors. We do have records of mystical dragon daddy emperors? Okay, I'm a bit confused. What does he mean by dragon daddy emperors? I am kind of afraid to... I don't want to Google that, because I feel like it would give me, like on stream, I feel it would give me interesting responses. But does he mean what I think he might mean? Like, mythical tales of founders of like the original dynasty that was like, was the human form of a dragon or something, right? Like, is it like that, or is it like I don't know. Yeah, Mushu. Yeah, look, there are certainly stone there age is involved, right, and but I'm wondering what, and also why this dragon is also part of the mountain as well, because it's part of the mountain here, but not back here. But it isn't. I don't know. I'm confused.
Certain dragon-descended yellow emperor who taught them civilization is unlikely, but you do see small kingdoms.
Does he want a dragon daddy? The founder of those of the Sun people, yeah.
Involved with the Shang state. The Shang were an ethnic Han theocracy based out of the North.
No, they couldn't have been ethnic Han because the concept of Han didn't exist yet. This is the problem with Westerners trying to with Western imperialists, right, and colonialists going to a place. I mean, like, even right here, like it talks about the indigenous Taiwanese and Filipino peoples as Malays when they're not. Like, they would be Proto-Austronesian people. Yeah, the question mark, like, what's here? What's here? What's here? Like, I don't. Austroasiatic rice farmers. I mean, like, this, yes, like, this is technically where you could say for sure that this is where the Wu culture does develop. But and then Chang'an develops somewhere over here because that's where you have the current city of Xi'an, which literally means like Western harmony, Western peace, and that. But before it was Chang'an, and that was the ancient capital of many empires that consisted of China. The whole point of an empire is that it's multi-ethnic. So this cannot be an ethno-state like he's describing it. I guess that's the problem. Like, he's like, yeah, so this was an ethno-state, and that's the problem with thinking of things this way, because there wasn't this there still isn't this continuity in China, you know. Hello, Damel.
1600 BC, where the elite was built around communication with the gods. The Yellow River is one of the nasty.
So the elite was built because they could communicate with the gods? Okay, I've never heard that as a way that, you know, classes or, you know, get chosen. I didn't know that there was an examination in divination and scrying, but Chang'an Tang Dynasty Center for sure. By that time, 2 million people resided there. Yeah, exactly. Like that. I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, there are so many. I mean, there are older places, right? Like, I mean, Beijing. I mean, it has capital in its name. It literally means northern capital. Nanjing means southern capital. Right. So, like, yeah, there is a history of like different empires having different capitals, but one that they definitely had over quite a bit of time over different empires was Chang'an, now Xi'an, which is a very beautiful place to visit because it still has its old like the old town of it. It still has its huge fortress walls, like defending the entire city, right? The old city. So you can still kind of get a feel of what it would have been to kind of live. You know, it still has a lot of the historical stuff. It's also close to where you find the Terracotta Army, or at least that's where you can go on the tour to go see the place where they discovered it. But yeah, he needs to work on his color theory. Yeah, I know. Like this is very concerning. But I don't get the whole thing. Like they decided on who would get to be like the aristocracy based on if they could talk to the gods or not. But that's like, what? Like, I mean, I don't know if that's him trying to say like there was a priestly caste, quote unquote, right, that was created that became the aristocracy. Because then there's a better way to say that. You know what I mean?
In the world, regularly changing its course by hundreds of miles since the region's so damn flat, and so the Chinese had to build.
The region is so. So now flatland. Okay, no. Have you ever heard of a place called like literally the Netherlands? Like, okay. Yes, but it's because of its flooding, right, which made this area so inhabitable, right? Like, that's what allowed for, right, like different forms of agriculture and, you know, water, like the development of the husbandry of water buffalo, etc., right, to take place here, right? Because he's seeing it as, oh well, this is its course over this time and this time, but we also have to think of it in the fact that it speaks to the regular floods, right, that bring with it the mineral laden silt and everything, right, that makes this area so fertile for, growing buckwheat and rice and other things, right, like sorghum. Chang'an and Persian influence too. Oh yeah. In fact, the Persianate world. If you read, I can't remember the author right now. But I really like his work, and but it's a history of Iran. The history of modern Iran is like the Persianate world, as he would call it, extends not only into Europe. In fact, it even goes into Hungary. In fact, Karasu. But it also extends into places like China, especially into Xinjiang, because for a long time, like the courtly language or the language of prestige in many of these places was Persian, because of the fact that it already was a prestige language in, Iran, right? Which was a large multi-ethnic empire. So, yeah, rice is really important, and like all of this, like 600 BC to 11 AD, that's a long time. Like, he's making it seem like every other year its course changed, but that's a long time. I mean, that's almost 700 years. So, I don't know. I think that 700 years of it flowing like this is okay. It's fine. It's fine. Croissants are shaped for the crescent. I've heard of that too. Yeah, you have Yashuk in Hungary, that is somewhat related to the Iranian Ossetian peoples, right, and the way how they call themselves, or the way how they call their language is literally Iran, right? So yeah, so they are related to the Sarmatian people, which is where the outfit of Santa Claus apparently it comes from, because they dress like that. Apparently, they would dress like that. The Sarmatians. Apparently, that's some people claim they also brought like certain legends also and myths into Europe as they expanded, right? And they eventually, like some of them migrated with what is often called like old Bulgars, right? But Bulgaria, when it was on the Volga River, like Bulgaria, right? Like they moved to what is Bulgaria now, and in their migrations, they brought with them a lot of images of like dragons and stuff. So some people try to make more of a connection of that. I've read some of the stuff. It's just not personally to me. It's the evidence isn't really there to make me say, oh yeah. Now the evidence that the Sarmatians and possibly even Scythian peoples, right, who would also be Iranic speaking, in which Indo-European language, that because they had women also be in charge, and also because they lived in the steppe, right, in what is like now like Ukraine, southern Russia, like the Caucasus, Kazakhstan, right, and so they say that the story of the Amazons, right, that actually comes from the Greeks describing the Sarmatian and Scythian women, warriors, because they would be on, at least ostensibly, right, like they could lead, right, a horse, like essentially cavalry, right, like essentially everybody's on horseback, right, but they would have women leaders, right, and so that really shocked the Greeks, because they're like, what do you mean you have women military leaders, right? Also, yes, if you'd like to help me out with my research, you can always do so by helping sponsor the book currently, or any of the other things on. The Jashuk had its own local governance up to the 19th century. Oh, that's interesting.
The Yellow River from killing thousands of people when it floods, and to use its water for farming. In this regard, the ancient Chinese were pretty similar to other cultures around the same time, like the Babylonians.
Oh, my bad. Am I pronouncing it like in Polish? The steppes were hamsters originally. the Yasok, or Jasok, were evidently linked to Ossetians and came from a later point after Magyar settled. So you do have evidence about more recent people. Yeah, for sure.
And Egyptians who formed civilizations to gather workers together to keep their rivers under control, and then formed governments that did the managing as theocracies that mediated between the gods who controlled the weather and the people. The kings...
Wait, hold up. What? What did you just say?
When it floods, and to use its water for farming. In this regard, the ancient Chinese were pretty similar to other cultures around the same time, like the Babylonians and Egyptians who formed...
Yeah, because every other ancient civilization was founded on a river that floods. Like the Nile floods, the Euphrates floods, the the Indus floods. I mean, that's what makes the area around it so fertile. Like, that's why oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, it's just the S sound? Okay. Yeah, I don't like comparing it to other civilizations is just a weird. I mean, like, yes, technically that's correct, but also, like, yes, that's how rivers work, Rudyard, you know? Like,
formed civilizations to gather workers together to keep their rivers under control, and then formed governments that did the managing as theocracies that mediated...
Okay, so they had the rivers, so they built the stuff to hold the rivers and, like, deal with the flooding. Then they started governments that functions as theocracies. That's the... I think he has that slightly out of order, and I'll just... Like, I think there already was some form of governance that then led to the, civil engineering projects that allowed for, right? Because, I mean, the flooding of the Nile happened even up until the 20th century. There were floods until they made the High Aswan Dam, right? And then they had, like, Lake Nasser, right? So pyramids are also super sturdy shape and easier to build than columns. Yeah.
Between the gods who controlled the weather and the people. The king spoke to heaven, the god that the Chinese still worship today, by drawing pictures on turtle shells and then burning them, which is the ancestor...
They still worship him? That I need... that I'm actually curious, because, like, I have studied Chinese history, right? Like, and I have studied Mandarin as well, and I guess you can say that there are depictions of a king, but it would be weird to say that they worship him, right? Like, that's... And the whole turtle stuff, this is proto... this is, like, not even... this is proto... this is, like... This is proto... like, not even proto-Chinese, but it would be proto what? Tibeto-Burmese? Like, it would be even older than that, right? Like, because none of this is discernible. Like maybe you could read two, because this is or two, and then this is sh. Like, maybe these are numerals, maybe, but none of this is discernible in like, I don't see the connection, because the whole turtle, like the whole turtle shell stuff, that's ancient. That's, like, before you have any major dynasty really come into power. So it's you have seen massive... Oh yeah, for sure. Like, again, I always tell people, like, Cleopatra, right, is closer to us, right, in history, right, than she is to the building of the pyramids, right? Like, we think of her as ancient, but she's actually, like, closer to us than the construction of the Pyramid of Giza, right? Like, that's how old that stuff is. So like you have all of these successive dynasties and etc. that happen, even ones that involve rulers from different parts, including from Nubia, including from Libya, etc., etc. So, there are parts where the Egypt fragments, right, etc., etc., and that's why, like, archaeological stuff that talks about Semitic peoples living in from the land of Canaan, living in Avadis and everything, right? Like, there's so much there. So, yeah, you cannot just ignore these. Oh no, definitely not. That's why I find it weird for him to make connections between proto language, right? Like proto linguistic things to modern Chinese civilization, because making those links requires a lot of evidence, but also it's the idea that there's an unbroken chain of transmission, right? And that's very hard to say with anything. Yangshao culture was around here. Was around. Yeah, so that would have been, and that's fairly early on too. I mean, because I've even seen where people that speak modern Mandarin, for example, cannot read far more ancient forms of it, right? Because of the fact that it's changed, right? Like, people think that because they might not know the language Mandarin or Chinese characters as such, right, that therefore it must have always had this quality going back, but we know that that's not the case. But even people for whom they always read in Chinese characters, right, in Hanzi, right, like there is a break where then it starts to become unintelligible for them as well. Because of that evidence we can gather. Yeah, cultures in archaeology refers to material cultures mostly. Right, exactly. And that's the reason why, I've gone over on stream, right, that, that's why things like the context, right, this is very important. When it comes to, stratigraphy, right, when they're actually doing their incisions, so to speak, right, when they're actually doing their digging, right, and they want to see all of the different layers, is so important. That's why, I always want to emphasize, don't go into archaeological sites. If you want to help, there are citizen scientist programs that you can join, and they will teach you. But this is why they don't want you to take stuff at national parks or blah blah blah, because they want to make sure that if they do an archaeological dig, that everything is where it's supposed to be, right? So Yangshao was, oh wow, 5150 BCE. Wow, that's pretty. Seal script is my favorite. Oh yeah, it's very nice.
Of modern Chinese writing. However, the next stage of Chinese history hit when the Zhou Turkic nomads riding chariots took over China around 1000 BC and installed a feudal state where they gave the various tribal warbands different...
Feudal? This is, oh gosh, I don't want to keep stopping every time he introduces a new term, but it's what does he mean by feudal? Because, yes, we can say that it's feudal in one sense, but it's also what does that mean? Because even the idea of feudalism in Europe is not a static concept, and
different plots of land, which then split up China into a lot of different principalities and kingdoms. The Zhou Turks were numerically insignificant and quickly assimilated to Chinese culture, which brings up an interesting point that China is one of the few civilizations that didn't form from a combination of cultures, but instead from a continuous development of a single society over time.
What? Okay, no. Okay, that's literally American understanding of how culture works right there. Yes, it wasn't because people over time, right, contributed to one culture. No, it's because they had one strong culture that everybody else assimilated to. No, that's not how that works. Everything always adds into something, right? Everything always does, right? And historically that is more and more shown more to be more and more the case, it's only with the like 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, and now the 21st century, where you start to get these ideas that like somehow there's like a static culture that's American culture. Well, maybe not American culture, but like English culture, right? That's this way, and you just have to lose all of your otherness to join in, right? And it's like that's not how any of that worked, because I mean, yeah, it's they colonized themselves. Yeah, it's because I mean, saying oh they were numerically insignificant. I mean, again, that's like him trying to impose like great replacement thought, right, on the ancient past, when that's like not like migration's always happening, especially if it's an area known for like having lots of food, right? Food production, you're going to have a lot of people moving in and out all the time. And then you have trade, etc. So again, it's just
Western civilization's a combination of Christian, German, and Roman influence.
Wow, look at that. So these are the only three constitutive elements of European civilization. Good to know. Everyone else needs to catch up, is how they see it. Yeah. They colonize themselves. Yeah, it's just really weird. It's really weird how he's describing this. Like China already had this like huge hegemonic culture that everyone's just kind of just assimilated into ever since. But I checked, the oldest is Turtle Shell Divination. It is a Bronze Age culture. Okay. Yeah, so for him to say Stone Age, okay. But also like Roman became Christian, like also I don't know, it's kind of weird to see like chainmail. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't have it, but it's just weird because I usually don't associate this with Rome. I don't know, it's just me. I don't usually associate like chainmail on horses with like pre-medieval civilization. But
into a single culture, or India of Dravidian, Indo-Aryan, and Harappan.
Bro, where did he even get this? Like, yes. We only have Thor. What about Greek? The hell? No, Frank. I know, right? He clearly cares little and knows little of China. Yeah, I mean, he clearly doesn't even... I mean, the fact that he has this here in the middle, and of course he literally has to center this, right? And show, you know, like, literally, yes, the blonde bearded ones, the red bearded ones, you know, like, and then you know, it's just like, yes, they coming with literally wearing a winged helmet. No. I know. It's just ridiculous.
Influence, but China's really just an extension of Han society with nomads.
See, I knew it. What is Han? Like, if you don't describe what that means, like the Han the Han dynasty existed at one time, right? But you can't say that it pre-existed before the concept of Han existed, right? Like, there are things attributed to the Han dynasty, right? Like writing, etc., blah blah blah. But like barbarians who conquer China against the like, this is, I mean, that would be like, I mean, that's like drawing Europe, and again, this is a very Orientalist way of thinking, and then drawing a line from the Ural Mountains, right, like only the Asian side of Turkey and like north, and then through the Mediterranean, only covering North Africa, and saying the same thing, right? Like, it's the same concept. It's just him flipping it and saying, oh well, there's this like ethno state of the Han Chinese, and it's these barbarians who keep breaking into their civilization. Oh gosh. The painting is the most modern rendering out of the three cultures. Interesting. Yeah, no, for sure. It has a specific meaning and modern usage. Right. And it's, yeah, exactly. It's not an ethnic understanding. Western people who think they understand the 1.3 billion people that live in China, think that, oh yes, so because I don't know.
Coming and conquering every once in a while. If you look at genetic maps, you see Europe's a
What? A genetic map? Okay, why is asthma cases part of the genetic map though? Like, is that an ethnicity now? Like asthmatics as an ethnicity? Is that what he's trying to say? Or like, I don't get what he's trying to say with this, because I hate race science. Let alone component one. Like, what? I'm trying to just read this graph and it's not saying a lot. Yeah, he stays wild, but I'm just like very confused. Very, very confused. Hello, Nightmare Emporium. Welcome in. Oh, I love the Mystery Machine. UK. Ah, yes, because there is no diversity of peoples in the UK or Belgium or Germany. Like, these are all nationalities. These are not... Anyway.
North-south gradient with local clusters forming around countries like England, Poland, or France. Well, India is also a north-south gradient, but each caste being its own ethnic group.
What? Okay, now... Wow, so that's like... Wow. So now the caste system is not just like a caste system. It's also an ethnic caste system. Wow, that's that I still don't get the last graph. I don't know why asthma cases. What does that have to do with the clusters of? Because that's just like that graph. If anything, would show which countries have more asthmatics. Not anything to say about the people themselves, right? Because obviously countries that are still have more of an industrial economy tend to have more asthmatics. So that's why Belarus and Russia would have more asthmatics. Also colder countries tend to have more asthmatics. Gradient, asthmatic civilization. Is he trying to say certain people are more likely to get asthma? Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what that graph says, right? Which is what I'm trying to interpret. But now he's out here saying that the caste system of India is also based in ethnicity, which makes no sense because, like, people... like, now the Indian caste system, right, is becoming more like the one, right, by his wording of it that way. Now it's even more like the one in Latin America, right, where it is based on racialization. And it just, no. Also genetic mapping, which can be interesting and also very dismantling race concepts, will not show as much diversity in countries where you apply, does not have as much collection, right. And there are 3 distinct genetic groups, autosomal haplogroups, which you can map these and show how they're very different. More diverse countries have asthma, right? They use genetic maps of specific stuff out of context, right? Like, this doesn't tell me that, like, what this tells me is that the north and south split, right, is also correlative to the fact that here people speak Dravidian languages, right, and that in the north people speak Indo-Aryan languages, right, which ties them to, right, different, those haplogroups, etc., right, if you even want to go there, which again I'm not a big fan of, right, but like culturally speaking, the idea that, like, therefore northern India must be Brahmin heavy, and therefore like Kerala would be like Dalit. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know. It's just a weird way to think about caste and and also ethnicity too, because that's also like, well, when did the idea of these ethnicities begin to form, right? That's, I don't know, it's just, yeah, I have no idea about.
Meanwhile, if you look at genetics, the Han Chinese are just a single massive genetic group, by far the largest.
This does not. Okay, so the place where there were urban centers first has a lot of genetic diversity doesn't mean that much here. Like, yeah, like in Babylonia or in the Indus River Valley, that's because lots of people, because there were more people, like, so there would have been more like intermarriage, etc. Like, and then this doesn't, and also this doesn't account for this. Like, he's like, this is like, he's literally saying this is the largest thing, but I'm here like, hello, can we address like this down here, which is actually like, I mean, I don't even know what these axes are supposed to be measuring. Like, I don't know. It tells you the history of one parent, right? The haplogroup, yeah, and they're usually the Y haplogroup, so it's usually, you know, quote unquote on the father side, right? Yeah, it would be. This would mean less. Yeah. I mean, again, that's ostensibly speaking. I still don't know what this is trying to say. Like, I can make you a map ignoring autosomal admixtures in Europe too and paint it as a single unit. He does not. No, he does not. Like, I'm so confused, like, why he would even show this, because this doesn't really prove what he's trying to show. Like, this just shows that there is, like, I mean, this is arbitrary right here. Like the coloring is arbitrary because you have Japanese literally being in between Miao, South Chinese, North Chinese. You have Japanese going out into the Mongolian groups, and then you have one cluster of Japanese. So, like, that disproves the idea that that Japanese is like one you know what I mean? Like, if that's what this is looking at. But anyway,
this has allowed China to be the area that's been
right. Autosomal is the gene makeup you get from both parents. Yeah.
Consistently unified by far the most in history, but also at the same time.
I mean, this is. I mean. Tuvans, Russians. Okay, well, this map here, the idea that this is all populated by Russians is just not true. I mean, this is very sparsely populated. That's just a fact. And also, these are, I mean, a lot of this is mapped onto language, right? So, because here it's like Hindi. Well, that's not Tibetan, but it includes Bhutan, but Bhutan doesn't consider itself Tibetan. Also, where's Nepal? Like, I don't even see the boundaries of Nepal. Nor do I see Kashmir. Like, I don't, like, they definitely do not see themselves as Tibetan, but okay. Also, you know, there's so much wrong with this map. So much wrong with this map. Also, where were all of these other peoples? Like, here, he had Miao, right? The Miao peoples, right? But then he had northern and southern Chinese. But it didn't even include Koreans or Manchu or, like, I don't know. Tough luck, Bhutan. He's butchering genetics. Yes, exactly. Because here, I mean, like, all of this is mostly based on language. Like, this is, which again, like, cultures are based in language. Like, when we're talking about the Germanic peoples, we're talking about people in history that spoke Germanic languages, not some ethnic as we think of it now, right? That's like genetically distinct, blah blah blah, right? Like that's because of the race science of the oh my goodness gracious. Oh, let's see. What did we? Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, MBN, for the. Oh wow! It's been fully funded. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is so sweet of you. So yay! Now we get to choose another bad history thing to look at for the next stream. So once we're done with Rudyard,
is predisposed the Chinese towards isolationism and ignoring the rest of the world. An important turning point.
Wait, hold up. Isolationism. Oh, thank you so much, Narwhal by Nature. I really appreciate that. That is very sweet of you. I can that can include the same genes I found in other autosomal mixtures, right? I mean, yeah, it can. It only tells you that how much the current population it compares resembles to the gene I found at one point, right? And I mean, that's a lot. I mean, that's the reason why a lot of geneticists, right, also find fault when it comes to like the 23andMe stuff, right? And then it telling you like this is where, like, this is your ancestry, because it can't really tell you like your ancestry like that, right? Like it can't go back historically and like map it out for you, because like people have been migrating right now as we speak, right? So it's like the idea that you're French or whatever is like is contingent upon so many things that when you take those tests, it's like it's more, well, well, I mean, it's essentially like what you said, right? Like it just resembles more like. But China did not ignore the rest of the world. No, it didn't, right? It like one of the things is that China closed itself off to, for example, Spain, because at one time Spain, did build forts on Taiwan and technically claimed that it had colonized it, but it didn't really hold it for too long. But that was because it wanted to convert China to Catholicism, right? And you had missions going across Persia, right, and etc. Of Jesuits, right? But the Philippines at one point in Spanish colonization was seen as a launching point to, colonize, but also convert China to Catholicism, right? It obviously failed. But, right, where you really only had the Portuguese that made it to Japan, where they were somewhat successful, right, in that. I mean, and you did have some conversion in China, but it's still a very small percentage altogether. But, yeah, like their reasoning for saying, like, we don't want X empire to send its people here was usually justified, especially like the British, like pretty justified. That's mostly based on haplogroup testing. Yeah, exactly. I hate commercial ancestry testing as well, because it doesn't tell you what people think it tells you, right? So when people try to use it as this definitive thing, or even when people try to use it as a kind of anti-Semitic thing too, because they'll be like, oh, Israel doesn't allow genetic tests to, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, that's because it doesn't tell you what you think it's supposed to tell you, right? It's, they sell you an idea more than but China, the Tang Dynasty had been keeping great connections to Persians, right? To Persians, to the many different Turkic peoples, right? Who, in many cases, and even the Ottoman Empire, right? Like, I mean, that is the reason why you had such, you had still a large trade in silk, but also in tea, right? I mean, like, that's why you still have chai being the word in most of the Middle East. In fact, in Persian, it's chai, right? Becoming like the standard term for tea. You have other things like that. In fact, like in Iran, people drink tea all the time, to the point where, oh, I don't know if I have it around here, but like I literally just have like all these boxes of Iranian tea, like, or as they would say, Persian tea, the place that I buy it at, because I go to this Persian store, but it's like just a whole bunch of tea, like, because all day, like, it's like you drink tea in the morning, you drink tea in the afternoon, etc., etc. But like tea is one example that's useful, because it's, you know, there's all that connection. But and also Russia as well, like Russia's another place, right, that has an enormous tea culture, right, and a lot of it is through trade with China, etc. I wonder why Christianity had relative success it did in Korea. Well, a lot of that is after the fact, right? Like a lot of the people that have converted to Christianity in Korea, a lot of them have converted since the end of the Korean War, or at least the hostilities, right? Like that's why like mega churches became a thing in Korea. But there is a strong Catholic. In fact, yeah, like one of the people who is a Korean American historian of Korean history that I know, works at a Jesuit university, you know, or a Catholic university, I guess. So
what happened here is that the Zhou, in order to take power from the Shang monarchy, developed an ideological system called the Mandate of Heaven, in which heaven bestows power upon the emperor to govern the state. However, long story short, if the ruler is not moral, said power can be rescinded and the rebel can seize power. The idea of the...
I mean, like, again, this is also a weird rendering of this idea. And also, this is obviously 19th century. Like, this looks to me like Taiping Rebellion era, because, I don't know, it could even be... because usually this is, like, these would be... these almost look like British uniforms, and these look like French, and these look like Russian uniforms. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Dog one. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, art from a lots of Brazilian Japanese returning from Japan, feels isolated, and Pentecostal church attracts them. Yeah. And also, like, there's a lot of Japanese, like, in Japan, there's a big market, like, in terms of, like, to make money, right, of like there are some stores in Japan that, like, they have, like, Portuguese instructions and stuff where it's, like, in both languages, because of the fact that they also sell their stuff in Brazil because of the large population, and also in Peru. There's all, I mean, so...
Mandate of Heaven has persisted for the last 3,000 years of Chinese history, with even being invoked during the Tiananmen Square protests. This is, interestingly, the origin of John Locke.
Wait, how can you compare the Mandate of Heaven to the Tiananmen Square protests? I mean, like, that would be, like, that would be saying that, like, a protest now is, like, challenges to absolute monarchy in the 18th century or early 19th century. Like, that doesn't really make sense.
Idea of the social contract that justified the American and French revolutions. However, this idea that power could become corrupt and then restored by the moral rebels has been a check on tyranny across Chinese history. The Chinese have had a pretty accurate and realistic view of history, and the new empire seizes power.
Okay, what does tyranny mean? Because I know that he's like a libertarian, right? But that doesn't usually bode well for what tyranny means, because if it's like taxation, I mean, I don't know what to say, but, like, I don't know where we went from a 19th century, late 20th century photograph, and now we're back in the year 248, you know, CE, I guess.
Governs well for a couple generations, becomes debauched and decadent, then you start to...
Debauched and decadent. What does that even mean? Like... Oh, yes, they started to enjoy too much of the, like, again, this is literally the 16 kingdoms right here. So I don't know what he is, but he's something. Like this should be divided into 16 subdivisions. Brazil has the highest number of Japanese people. Yeah. And then Peru has quite a few as well, and a lot of Chinese immigrants or people. Because famously, infamously, I should say, right? Like the dictator in the 90s was Alberto Fujimori, right? And now his daughter Keiko wanted to become president.
The peasant rebellions and famines, then a new rebel seizes power and restarts the dynasty after a period of disunity.
Wait, but restart the... No, like this is over hundreds of years. Like he's acting like, everybody here's related. Like they don't even speak the same language. Like literally over here they speak a completely different language than over here. And over here, like, you have Hokkien, you have Cantonese, you have Vietnamese, you have like Tibetan and Burmese here. Like there is no, like, it's not going back to like the original owners, quote unquote. Like these are different peoples establishing empires. I think one of the issues is that Rudyard and a lot of other people, right, they fall into what I guess I'm going to call Grillin Sicilian syndrome, right? Where they look at the modern borders of a country that has a long history, right? And they presume that there must be some like thread of like the legitimate, rulers of said country, right? That has always existed throughout time. But no, that is not that. Like this is not proving your point. Yes, GSS, Grilling Sicilian Syndrome.
Warlords. This sort of,
like, again, all of these things are all different. Like this here, people don't speak the same language. Here, people don't speak the same language. Here, people don't speak the same language.
Things happened countless times across Chinese history. You're gonna see this happening again.
Like it's in this period with the Tang where you have more like centralization, but even then you have like now you're including the northern part of Korea, of the Korean Peninsula, parts of Manchuria, and also parts of far eastern Siberia, etc. Like it doesn't, no, like greatest extents under protectorates. I mean, even this here, like this would mean that you would have Persian speaking peoples or Iranic speaking and Turkic speaking peoples. And then here you would have people that speak the languages of from Siberia. So no.
Again and again.
Yes, there was encouragement for Japanese to settle. Right, that's true. Even the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. I mean, like, this should disprove the fact that there's like somehow like one central unity to China. But I think it's like because everything is like, well, these are the borders of modern China. And so whatever existed within these borders, right, like there is some central like core thing, right, that's like essentially Chinese, right? I'm just thinking that looks like the Middle East. I'm so confused. Yeah, that's almost all the way to the Caspian. Right, exactly. I mean, like, if you're way out here, right, like, I mean, here you have Bukhara, right, like in this area, which has like a large Jewish population, right? Then here you have Tajikistan, Afghanistan, right, which has, a large Tajik. You also have Kandahar. Like, it's just like, there's so many people, you can't, like, you cannot look at the borders of a country in the 19th century way of a nation state and say, yes, the nation part is somewhere here, right? Like, no, this proves that there is not a,
through this video. After the Zhou monarchy had lost centralized...
He is projecting backwards what he assumes exists today. Perfectly put. Yeah, much more succinct than what I was saying, definitely. One culture to rule them all, and the borders bind them, Gandalf. Yeah.
Control over China. We see a period
Like this is what I mentioned earlier. Now we're going even further back in history. Now we're 1,000 years before what he just showed. The Sun and Autumn period was like at the same time as like classical ancient Athens. This disproves this idea that like this is some unity, right? Like, look at this. But yeah, like this is more akin to the history of, I don't know.
From roughly 750 BC to 200 BC, called the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period, where we see Chinese culture as it exists today form. Over this...
What? No. Like, again, to say that there is a right, or, I mean, with the indefinite article a, right? But if we were to say that there, like, with the definite article, the Chinese culture, there is nothing really to connect all of these different things, especially going back 2,500 years and saying everything from then to here has this continuity. That's just not even... He's so messy. Yeah, he is. So Rudyard is kind of disproving his own point. Yeah, essentially. Because even this here, like Buddha and Jainism, like some people who are scholars of the history of the subcontinent often describe like Buddhism and Jainism, which again go back like 2,500 years. Like Buddhism goes back, well before Christianity, as being a response to the Indian caste system, right? Or the subcontinental caste system as it existed, right? Where it was kshatriyas. And again, I'm not saying that I this is my own interpretation or my own from my own reading, but that's like where Buddhism starts to, like, a lot of religions sort of are in response to like Brahmin power, essentially. And so that's why you have Buddhism and Jainism, and then later on you have other responses like Sikhism, etc., etc. Zoroaster, I mean 500 BC or the Axial Age. Like people usually alt history people love focusing on this time period because they think it makes Europe look very, very advanced, but most, I mean, like was it Archimedes, or I think it was Archimedes. I believe like he was asked to be the court philosopher for the Persian Empire because he lived in what is Persia. Like people saying, oh, these people are Greek, that's people in the past saying, well, oh, he's Greek, but at the time he would have lived in what was then Persia, right? So, like, yes, technically this is a region known as Ionia, right? But it was under Persian rule, and he was asked to be the court philosopher of the Persian emperor. So, I don't know. Modern China emerges immediately after the Warring States period, 1-to-1. Yeah, exactly. And like, there's no evidence that Lao Tzu existed. I mean, that there is a person, like there was one individual, Lao Tzu, that like, did his voyage to the West, right? And that's where you kind of get the story. I noticed the cultures he likes have prophets and philosophers. Yeah, that's true. So in the Tang dynasty, you have the presence of Nestorian, Christianity, Manichaeism, and Mazdaism, Zarathustra. Yeah, no philosophers in the East, apparently. Hell, name a couple, but those were the only ones. I guess he's racist, even when he's not trying to be. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting from this, is, like, Well, I mean, one thing for sure is that this has to be given nominal importance, right? Because, Christianity. So,
Period. China saw the development of cities and trade, which around 500 BC, like it did across Eurasia, seeing the Axial Age, or a period when philosophy.
wait, cities already existed. That literally the birth of civilization 6,000 years ago was when cities started to be formed, and they formed before all of this. Literally before all of this. So, I mean, I guess more urban development, I guess one could say, but I mean, we know that that there was trade between like the the Indus River Valley civilization, right, or the Harappan civilization, and of lapis lazuli, right, into both Babylonia and Egypt, right? Some of which even included like watercraft, right, like people going from here to here, right, in vessels. So it's weird to be like, oh, and now people knew how to do all these things. Like, obviously people knew how to do these things before, right? Yeah.
Philosophers tried to figure out how to live a noble and good life. In China, this came in the form of three ideologies that would forever influence Chinese civilization afterwards. The first being Confucianism.
Hold up. I gotta see that again, because I saw utilitarian.
Philosophers tried to figure out how to live a noble and good life. In China, this came in the form of three ideologies.
Oh my gosh. Utilitarian legalism. What? Like, that's legalism. Like, you can say something is legalistic, but I've never heard of that as a philosophy. Communitarian. I mean, that's such a weird way to think of it, because it's like, at the time, what Confucius is speaking to is the idea of things like filial piety, right? And like the fact that, I mean, like, even in the Catholic Church, like even in the Middle Ages, you have concepts like this, like developing even in like the 4th century CE, where there's this idea of like, you owe your parents a certain amount of respect, right? And Confucius, talks about how like you must defer all things to your parents, right? Because they are like above you in status, right? But your parents must defer to the emperor, right? Like, et cetera, right? Like, there's all these social expectations and such. Like, that's not really communitarian in the way how we think about it. That's him reinforcing, or that's him like describing, right, and trying to reinforce, right, the kind of the way in which the society is already formed, right? It's not really I don't know. Always thought legalism was just law nerds. I mean, it's weird to say it's also utilitarian, because utilitarianism, right, is something that comes out of liberalism, right, which is, 17th century onward, not really like a 750 BCE type of thing. And mysticism, I mean, I would find, I don't see why Buddhism is considered mystic, nor Taoism. Like, I don't see how these things can be mystic. I mean, again, the issue is he is inside cynic civilization. My goodness gracious, he sounds like some 19th century ethnologist. Anyway, like the thing is that in China there is no division, right? Like there aren't Confucianists as such, right? Like, people often will say, oh, this is a Confucianist temple or whatever, right? But people will kind of practice a lot of different things, right? Like, it's like how there's like cultural Christianity, right? It's like it's kind of different, because I mean, there is a difference, right? Because Christianity, well, point being that like there is a lot of stuff that's culturally subsumed, right? That's present within the culture itself already. that it doesn't need to be thought of as somehow like separate things, because it already coexists just over time, right? He wants to dress modern categories. Yeah, why would yeah, I have no idea why Buddhism would be because if anything, it's very, I mean, its history is very anti-mysticism. I mean, especially early on, like in the Pali Canon, right? It would be very anti-mysticism. I don't really see Taoism being mysticism either. So, when are laws not made for utilitarian? I mean, like, there is an aspect where, you know, like the Code of Hammurabi, right? The one that says, like, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. There are stelae, right? Like these stone things, right? That have those laws inscribed. But they were never actually for public view. Actually, it was something that was inside of the temples of the Babylonian priests. So, like, then that begs the question, like people like to like repeat those laws, right, as if they are like laws of nature, right, almost, or at least they will claim they are, right? But it's actually, it wasn't ever like, was it that it was never actually meant to be taken literally, because there's actually a spiritual component to it, a religious component to it, which is why like priests would have access to this law, but not the average person, right? And you know, so I'm no philosopher, to be honest. Yeah. Concepts of modesty are tied to Christianity. Yeah, no, oh, yeah. Karasu, you know, I think because you actually know Evola, like, you know, you've actually read his stuff, and, or at least ostensibly, like, you can see what he's trying to do, right? Because this is Evola right here, or at least an attempt to be like Evola.
That would forever influence Chinese civilization afterwards. The first being Confucius.
I think laws are often not made for. Hello, Boy Meets Minnie. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. How are you? Hello, Omega Star. Welcome on the Twitch side of things. Cultural Christianity is beer, barbecue, guns. That's true. Beer, barbecue, guns. That's cultural Christianity for you, folks. But yeah, I just don't. I don't know. This is probably an oversimplification, bruh. This should literally be on everything you show. This is probably an oversimplification. In fact, you don't even need the probably. This is an oversimplification is good enough, I would say. As any summary of any religion, again, Confucianism, again, like when people in Western, like with the Western gaze, right, with the colonial imperialist gaze, say that X is a religion. If people define it as a, like, is that Western anthropologists from the 19th century saying Confucianism is a religion, or is it that it seems to people from the 19th century, right, that it's like like to them, right? Because that's often what they will say is like, oh, it's a religion, but it's not, right? Because like the way how Christianity functions is quote unquote a religion, but there are aspects of Christianity that have already become subsumed into Western cultures, quote unquote, right? That are just like, that show up, right, like in other, like that show up even in how like Jewish people behave, right, like by being in Western societies, right? So Confucianism holds. So then this is an argument here. If he's saying this is his contention, that if we maintain our social duties in the way necessary to our social class, society will be perfect. To our social class, I mean, fathers. Are fathers a class of people? I don't know. like, I don't know, that's really, this is essentially like, why are you like, this is literally that meme, of the like, society should improve somewhat, right? Where there's like two, like a medieval peasant, right, who's carrying something really heavy, and then there's a guy like popping out of the well, and it's like, but you participate in feudal society, like that's literally what this is like trying to do. But like, what counts as social superiors? Because there are people that have risen to be emperor that weren't like whatever this means, right? I think laws are often made for no utility. I see the USA Constitution that was for everyone, enslaved people as 3/5 of a person wasn't for what, right? In fact, what it actually did was that it unnecessarily inflated the number of legislators from the southern states, that had they only included who, the white populations, there would have been a chance where they probably could have legislated slavery away far earlier on. But, well, so I've heard a political historian discuss that, right? Like, by artificially adding more power to the South, right? That's what makes it seem like, they, like, the balance of power that the United States had to keep was done to uphold a system that had people that had power over people who couldn't even vote in the first place, right? And et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot that can go. Oh my goodness. Hello. Oh, hello, Megastar's niece. And oh wow, thank you so much, Moni, for the 7 stream streak. Wow. I'm glad to see you. This is probably no simplification. Any summary of any religion. Again, B, but Confucianism doesn't have... Bro, are you real? Like, seriously? You had to add this here. Did you... You know what he's talking about. And it's just... Never mind. Yeah, you live in a society, right? Curious. Yeah, exactly.
Confucianism basically believes that we all have social duties to the people in our social networks that we must follow. These include loyalty of children to their parents, employee to employer, and ruled to ruler.
Well, it's not really employee to employer, because the whole point was that this was not in a time when there was like capitalism. So it wasn't like, oh, my boss, right? It's like, oh, my, the Lord, right? The emperor, right? Who owns all of the land and who you have to work on, right? Like, that's the problem with saying employee and employer, because it's very different when you have to, pay taxes in kind, right? You have to pay it in amounts of, sorghum or rice or wheat, right? Like, very, very different.
Meanwhile, those higher up on the social network are expected to exchange said loyalty for benevolent guidance. Confucianism is in effect a social theory masquerading as a religion.
What? Then why did you say it's a religion in the first place? Like... Never mind.
Confucianism had a series of effects on China, the first being immense social cohesion. The Confucian countries of the...
Oh gosh, here we go. I knew at some point he had to bring up this, like some of these. One, North Korea never has any info on that, so I don't even know why that's even showing. 2, why is Latin America like have very high? It's because of the United States. I kid you not. If it wasn't for the free access to guns where like guns are given out like candy in this country, this would not be the case, because that is the reason why Central America has these high rates of homicide, because of the access to U.S. weapons, including like when Operation Fast and Furious happened, where Obama just like left guns and was like, what if we just left a whole bunch of guns in front of like several cartels' houses and see what happens. Like, I don't think you want to do that. And another thing too is like, this is one, outdated. Two, I don't even know like where this is from, because it doesn't have South Sudan, and it doesn't include the fact that there is like a genocide going on in Sudan. So, or the wars going on, the genocide going on in the Congo, the civil war going on, like, and then Venezuela, like, this is why people are willing to travel an entire continent to get to the United States. I don't think I've ever encountered sorghum. If you, that brand, they used to only sell it back in Trader Joe's back in the day, and at pavilions, but now they sell everywhere. It has like some dude's face on it, and it's always like, it's, God, I forget what it's called, but like, because they had like, anyway, there's this brand that always has like gluten-free, like almond flour or whatever. I can't remember its name right now. But like, it specifically has sorghum, and in fact it even has like a little outline of China. So,
lowest crime of anywhere.
Yes. It's near the pancake syrup and agave in the store. Yes, it's also our economic and foreign policy that makes countries political. Oh yeah, exactly. Like, this is because of the political instability that the United States imperialism has done to the rest of the Americas, right? Same thing with in Africa, right? Like, there is no reason for these things to be this high, because there just isn't. So I don't know what he's trying to say here, but
in the world.
Bob's Red Mill. That's right. Bob's Red Mill. That's the one that sells them, and it sells sorghum. It sells Bob's Red Mill. Yes. And hello, Spaceman J. Francis. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. I wish people would realize that the biggest victim of cartels are people in Latin America. But fentanyl. Right. I mean, like, the violence of the cartels. I mean, like, I grew up with that violence, right? Like, during the drug war in Mexico, where, like, it's not something I want to get very in detail, but it's like, it's not good, right? It's not a good feeling. But yeah, it's one of those things. Like, I don't even know why he even brought this up, but okay.
The Chinese have died en masse on wars with unimaginable courage too many times to count. Confucian emphasis.
Okay, but saying it like that makes it sound like most like historical wars, right, were fought like the casualty rate was because of fighting, and that's not true. Most of it was because of disease, right? So yes, lots of casualties, right? Lots of fatalities, but that was because of disease, not because of necessarily people fighting on the front lines. So, thank you, Narwhal.
On the duties of ruler to ruled meant that China was one of the most enlightened despotisms in world history. Chinese regimes were often more humane rulers than anywhere else in Asia, and the Chinese abolished slavery before the birth of Christ. At the same time,
I mean, it took Christians, 1888 years before? I mean, technically they haven't gotten rid of slavery, because the 13th Amendment doesn't abolish it in all of its forms. So,
the Confucian emphasis on education is why these societies are known.
Oh, let me see here. The company, the owner, are pressured to go public, being pressured to go public with the company, turned his company into a worker-owned co-op, basically giving the whole company to his workers to avoid having it go onto the stock market. Smooth move, Bob. Oh, no, that's good. Hey, I mean, like, imagine, like, if that was more common, right? Like, that's Like, you never hear of people doing that, where it's like either, do an IPO or, do a worker-owned co-op, right? Like, where you give it to the workers, right? Completely different.
For excelling so much at academic subjects today. However, the negative sides of
Confucianism he's doing
fundamental conservatism. Confucius deserves to be winning.
What? There are a couple of the WTF Confucius examples. One was that he always would use customs from 500 years before his time, even if they had gone out of fashion. For example, he would shame people for not doing the proper 11th century BCE. That's before that is literally before civilization started, bro. That's like that's before there was cities and writing. So I don't know how he would, ritual for entering the building. Which buildings? Like, there were no cities being built yet. There was no civilization being anywhere in China yet. Alternatively, we have a poem of him asking for a I don't want to trust him for what this is, nor do I want to look it up, because I know weird stuff is going to pop up. But we'll just leave it at that. Or a ceremonial cup that existed 500 years earlier, but since it had been lost, the ceremony could not be done properly. okay, fine. There are stories of that even in the Jewish Bible, which is, I don't see what makes this particularly... at the time, it seems very likely that had some version of this. One, this is no longer considered its own... It's no longer in the DSM, from what I understand. And I've never had it described as a version, right? Like, a version. It's like, oh... Like, it's green version, or red version, or gold version, like...
Some award for most conservative philosopher of all time. The point of Confucius...
I know! Literally diagnosing Confucius 3,000 years in the future.
Turn back the clock to the world that existed 500 years before Confucius, and return to the social code of the early Zhou dynasty. The Chinese have always looked to the past and have had trouble dealing with the future for this reason. As we'll see later in this video...
Oh gosh, is he really gonna go there? Oh, here we go.
Confucian radicalism has held the Chinese back in military, economic, and technological ability from not...
Confucian radicalism? Okay, I've never heard that before in my entire life. Confucian radicalism. Wow, I gotta chalk that one up to the Grillin Sicilian. Okay, that's a new one. That's a new one. IDK, that sounds like Confucius was making jokes. Yeah, like, I just think that, maybe he read, like, a really bad translation of it. Or a very decontextualized translation of it, too. That sounds like Confucius was making jokes. Hey, go do this ritual. If you can't find the cup, it's because... Yeah. Yeah, like, it literally sounds like he's, like, sending, like pulling a prank with, like, some, like, Confucian intern, right, where he's like, oh, like, everyone be quiet, like, I'm gonna go make him do this, like, side quest, and it's just like, he goes to all these, like, to 800 different villages and comes back and he's like, I found out that the cup, wasn't, it's just a way, let's just post hoc psychoanalyze Confucius. Yeah, I know, but radical Confucianists, that's new right there. They think it's a superpower. Yeah, there is that, because there's this belief, right, that it is a distinctively male thing, right? So they attribute it to, like, male superbrain, right? That, like, oh, autism equals something uniquely male, right? And it's not. In fact, if anything, what it shows us is that psychiatry is still very male-centric, right? Like, when it comes to diagnosis, right? Where it focuses on young boys and men, right? And doesn't really... And expects those symptoms to be mapped onto everybody else, right? And it doesn't happen like that.
Not being able to keep up with the times. An important element to consider with Confucianism is that it promoted hierarchy in China.
Oh, hello, welcome in. Religion wasn't formally institutionalized as it is today. Exactly. I mean, especially not 3,000 or or in his case, what would that be? The 11th century BCE? That would be like 10,000 years ago. Also, hello, human. Welcome in. Thank you so much for lurking. Hello. Just got back from seeing the new Beetlejuice. Absolutely loved it. Oh, good to hear. Good to hear. I wasn't diagnosed for sure. Yeah. Until my late 20s. I mean, like, there were so many things that I literally did not learn until I was like doing my graduate studies. I kid you not, like hormone blockers. I kid you not, did not even know those things existed until I was like already doing graduate school. Like, that's how. Wait, what on earth is this? To be fair, this sort of hierarchy is the norm of... what? Which are collectivist while the West is weird for individual... What? Okay, I have no idea what he's trying to say with that. No idea. Like, individualism, okay. Maybe in the United States, I guess you could maybe make that argument. But even then, it's like... I don't understand. So these are the cultural types. There's shame, guilt, and fear. Socialization obviously is a factor, and they pretend as if it's not, even with the pain tolerance for and expression of emotions. So the Republic of Congo Brazzaville is a fear culture, but the Democratic Republic of the Congo is a high shame culture. What? That doesn't even... I mean, again, the fact that this is a country shaped as such is because of Belgian colonialism, right? Because there's obviously many divisions, but, like, I don't even understand what... Like, there are, like, two countries that are fear-based. Suriname and Brazzaville, Congo Brazzaville. Like, it doesn't make any sense why it's just like, what does that even mean? How do you have a fear culture? Global map of culture types. I don't know. He probably made it, but I don't know, because it has like all of these inputs here, like male, female, no response, residence in country, education, which only goes up to a master's, interestingly enough, because PhDs would completely flip this around, of course. It's so bad. No one could be paid to do this. He edits his own stuff, but I know this is we are not capable of individuality under capitalism. Only people who are capitalists. Right? Yeah, true. Are they saying America isn't fear-based? I know. Like, I'm sorry. Like, America's a very scary place. I'm just gonna put that. I mean, like, its history is literally of like, how do we instill fear in the marginalized people within our borders, right? Like, that's literally what it does. That's those blessed God-fearing countries. But see, like, I don't know if that's what he means, like, God-fearing, because I don't think so, right? And then this goes back to this old trope, right? That, like, Catholics feel shame, but Jewish people feel guilt, right? Or something like that, right? Like this is some old stuff from, like, the East Coast, right? Like, I mean, like, I kid you not, like this used to be a kind of trope, between, like, the Catholic and the Jewish characters in shows and whatever, right? But it's, like, literally just stereotypes of that. This is not his, I assume. This is about what is generally used to discipline people, fear of punishment or internalized shame. And they had to look it up who came up with this distinction. Yeah, I mean, like, again, it's just like, to me, it's like guilt in what sense, right? Shame in what sense? Because, I mean, Mexico is here shame, but then, like, here it's guilt. South Africa's guilt, Zimbabwe's guilt, right? Like, I don't know. It's just a weird. This sounds like the Venus and yeah, but there is a third option, right? There is the NB option, which is fear, which is no.
Society. Whenever Westerners deal with Chinese organizations, they're often shocked to find that in meetings, only the leader speaks, while the lesser members of the organization.
Wait, let me see here. Yeah, I imagine if you're white in America, you may be confused. The secret third thing, right? Exactly, and it's fear. Yeah, I imagine if you're white in America, you may be confused on how literally everyone else sees America as fear-based. Yeah. Even with that criteria, yeah, for real. BOA student. Oh, of course his ideas were popularized by Ruth Benedict. Ah. Oh, the chrysanthemum and the sword. Just from the title, I can already.
Meanwhile, individual and fluid command structures are seen as better in the West. My high school best friend.
What? No. Bro, you just showed Napoleon. Like he literally restructured the entire form of the army. Like, that's why he was so successful, because it was all a top-down hierarchical structure that was redesigned to not be like the feudal armies of the past. It's not more fluid. It's just it evolved, right? And it changed to meet the, and the same thing happens in every, like, oh, this is such a.
Friend was Chinese, and he didn't like to ask my father questions directly, preferring to arbitrate through me, since that would be a breach in hierarchy.
I mean, okay, fine. Like, if this is something that your friend could just be shy, right? Two, he wants us to be like a civil, like an innate, right? Like, it has to be part of the ethnic background and racial history, quote unquote, of his friend, right? Which is what he's trying to say it is, right? Like, oh, like, it doesn't matter. He's kind of like stuck, almost like an automaton, having to always behave this way. But also, it's also this view, like, I remember, right, when you want to say something to someone's parents, it might be a good thing to ask their, your friend that's their child to, when you were younger, right, to ask them, right, because they're obviously going to respond differently if you ask, especially, like, he's not contextualizing this correctly. Like, I don't know what's going on, right? We just have, they would ask me to ask my parent, my father, to do something or to give them something. But I mean, that's not uncommon. I mean, that's literally like when you're first getting to know people's families, populist uprising, really. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Napoleon, famous for, for being really, really against, empire and very pro-democracy. I never understood that Napoleon slid into the power after the French Revolution left a power vacuum until I read Engels. I never paid attention in history class, LOL, but I paid attention when reading Engels. Engels is very good. This is just bad anthropology. That's how it was for me as well. Right, exactly. Looks like French colonialism makes you fear, and British colonialism makes you the opposite. Yeah, she wrote that on Japan not learning Japanese nor dope. Ah, I see. Would shame come from morality and ethics being synonymous, but fear and punishment coming from them being more distinct? I have no idea. I honestly have no idea what is the the distinguishing criterion, right? That makes one completely separate from the other. But Again, she did not do field work in Japan, nor did learn Japanese, right? Yeah, it's just bad anthropology. Which, again, he also doesn't read any book that was written after the 60s. He said this. He won't read history books and books that are written after the 1960s, because he says that's when wokeness took over history departments, I suppose. So just so we're clear, remember What If Alt-Hist is using a lot of obscure, but he does not, I mean, like, his bibliography is like 100 things. There's no way he read any of that. Even if he dared to go to the index and find, like, oh, this is where it talks about these specific subjects, which is like a sentence on one page, still, like, you know what I mean? That doesn't necessarily give you an understanding. Sagan, oh wait, different epoch. Yeah. It's all he knows how to find somehow, yeah. But it is, I don't know, like, another thing too is, like, in Mexican culture, right, it's not seen, and this is a very different thing, right, where it's read differently, right, in American culture, where you're not supposed to look like your parents in the eye, right? There is like, that is seen as disrespectful. Another thing is you don't point, like, with your finger in Mexico, as well as in a lot of European countries. I mean, in a lot of countries, actually. Because, like, in America, it's totally fine for you to look people in the eye, right? And for you to point a finger at them and say, oh, that's the Grillin Sicilian, right? But, like, in Mexico, you have to either point like this, right, like with your entire hand, and you also, like, when you're speaking to someone that is, like, again, I guess would have a higher social standing than you, in this case, like your parents, your elders, right, you respect them by not meeting their gaze, right? In America, that's seen as disrespectful, right? So it's like you cross the invisible line and you're expected to do the opposite, right? And if you have something like ADHD, where you tend not to look people in the eye, or that is a way of possibly possibly recognizing that you have ADHD, right? That's like, well, you also have this cultural aspect too, where, like, you grew up in a country and in a culture where you don't look your parents in the eye, so they're not going to see it, right? They're not going to see that as an issue because you're being respectful to them, right? But people at school might be like, why doesn't Shakespeare look me in the eye, right? You know, he could have read Marcel Mauss, for example, as good at anthropology, and many others from the Basque school. Yeah, he ignores Margaret Mead, for example, despite she was a contemporary for Ruth Benedict. It's preferred to look people in the eye, actually. Oh, now? Oh, like in Europe? Yeah. I mean, a lot of that, like, a lot of those things have changed over time, I will say. Like, now it has become more common for people to look each other in the eye. But, like, I remember growing up, like, that was a thing, right? And I even remember, like, when I was still Hasidic, right, there was even a thing, too, where, like, under, in their reading of Jewish law growing up, like, you weren't even supposed to stand up straight, right? You're supposed to slightly, like, kind of sit and kind of, like, not walk completely straight up, right? That was seen as disrespectful. I don't know. Again, it's like these things that, like, people don't take into account when doing this type of stuff. So it's like, it's considered antisocial not to hear. So would that kind of behavior not be seen as, no, it isn't seen as neurodivergent, because, again, like, there still is this idea of, like, I mean, like it was something that, like, I've heard people be told, even, again, I will say far less, because here in the United States, obviously, even here in LA, like, people have to kind of get used to that. But the pointing, that has not changed. It is always disrespectful to point with your finger at people. That is, like, people will get mad. Like I've had, like I remember once I was waiting to in the, you know, where they have the like cheese and stuff like that, right? Where and they have like kind of like the deli counter, I guess. And someone pointed at this woman, and she started getting really upset, like because again, it's seen as insulting, right? Like it's something you would do to an object or to a dog or to, right? Like, you know, so it's something I have seen people get upset at because it is a huge disrespect to do so, right? Same thing like spitting in Jewish culture, like that's seen as like a huge insult to spit in front of people, right? So yeah, I've always been told not to point. Yeah, growing up I was always told like don't point at people with your like, I've always been told to just point like this, like, oh, this person. You know, how it started out, Carl Sagan, how it's going, Karl Marx. I mean, you know, the Carl to Carl pipeline, you know. Oh, we love secret rules in the US, neurodivergent nightmare. That's true. There are a lot of, see, this is why, like, for people that are neurodivergent, like, there is a point where even if you get diagnosed when you're older, there is a point where you start to maybe, at least in some cases, right, kind of recognize that there are things that you just are not getting, and you just like you know that you're kind of, you know, there's like an invisible force field, so to speak, right? At least that's how it feels for me, right? That's wild. Was doing something, so I couldn't respond. Yeah, I deal with schizophrenia. Known unknowns. That's a very good way of putting it. I like that. Known unknowns. So yeah, I deal with schizophrenia, and I have a hard time looking people in the eye. My therapist asked if I could try looking people in the eye more. I know it's very hard for me to do so, right? Because again, like with my own parents and like family and rabbis and stuff like that, I'm used to not looking at them straight in the eye, like in Mexico, right? But in America, it's different, right? They want you to look at them in the eye. They want you to, so, you know, conflict. By the way, Edward T. Hall, Hidden Dimensions is a good book about how culturally coded differently in body usage. I need to write that down. Me too, no pointing. What if AltHist should read it? I agree with the no spitting, though this is from 1966. Right, like if I didn't know from another content creator or from a content creator on YouTube that the Grillin Sicilian only reads stuff from before 1970, before wokeness came to be in America, apparently, or rather in the academy, because the Frankfurt School, even though Adorno passed away before that, anyway, I'll stop, like, because every time I have to bring up the Frankfurt School, I'm always like, you know, that the time period that people like attribute to like Adorno, it's blah blah, it's like he was already passed away. he died in the 60s, but okay, sure, whatever. On personal health wise, spitting could have some advantage health wise. Yeah, I mean, like, again, this is something when it comes to me discussing the Spanish Inquisition, right? Like, one of their things is that they believe that blood purity, right, limpieza de sangre, right, also meant that your blood being Christian, right, also meant that you behaved Christianly, right? And so if your blood had Jewish blood in it, then you would behave Jewishly, and that involved things like these were things that you could use to determine, as the wording was back then, if someone were Jewish or not, is if they washed their hands before a meal, right? And that's why the survival rate of Jewish people in comparison to Christians in many countries, right, was higher during like the bubonic plagues that hit Europe. But it literally was because they will, you know, like, well, because we would wash our hands. Like, I mean, we still do. Like even when I go to like kosher restaurants, like you have to get the kavod and wash your hands before and say the blessing over bread or whatever. And so they attributed that later to, like, you know, Jewish people, to some kind of malice, right? But yeah. Same, unless I'm being confrontational. I've got into a fight once for pointing only. I also poked him with my in the chat. Later, that guy said my finger felt like someone trying to jam a fork into his chest. Oh my goodness, that sounds painful. I mean, like another thing is like, gosh, like the way how you say I, right? Like in sign language, right? Like in American Sign Language is you just point to yourself, right, and to your chest, but in Chinese sign language and Mandarin sign language, it's you touch your nose, like 我爱你, like that's how you say I love you in sign language, Chinese sign language. Maybe George Santos was onto something when he said he was Jewish. Oh my God, George Santos! Imagine. Let me see where Mouse writes about this. Yeah, please keep your bodily fluids to yourself. Look at those washing their hands. I mean, I wish that I could say that some of the stuff that I've researched, like in the archives, wasn't as weird as that. But I literally have read like, those, I don't want to say what they said, right? Blah 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 blah. How dare they put out new linens on Friday on Friday afternoon? How dare they defile, blah 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 blah. And you're just like, they literally got mad because they washed their like tablecloths, right? And they just happened to put it on their table, right, on Friday afternoon. And they're like, so that must mean we have to send the Inquisition to your door, right? So with stuff like that, or lighting a candle at to see a test translation, an English translation, Marcel Mauss, the test Technica Fogalma in Hungarian. Wait, what would be the health benefit of spitting? Journal de Psychologie, Mauss. So reinfection can be reintroduced.
Second religion developed in China was Taoism, which in a lot of ways is a counterpoint to Confucianism. Taoism is a bunch of folk beliefs wrapped together masquerading as a religion. It believes a couple...
What? First, I just want to say that of the many Chinese characters that exist out there, when I started to learn how to actually speak Mandarin, this has become like one of the characters that I like out of, just... I don't know what it is, but like that I just write out all the time. I'll just think of this character and I will just write it out down. And it means like the way, the path. But it's very interesting how it connects to other things, right? Like especially if you read the Tao Te Ching, right? So, yeah, Taoism isn't a religion. It's interesting, but it's not a religion.
The first is this general idea that there's this way that you should...
This guy, I'm sorry, huh? Yeah, I don't know if you're saying that to me, Raven, or to someone else, but...
follow that generally involves going with the flow, and not...
Going with the flow. Yeah, that's totally what... this is a sort of balance is very natural to the... Does he think that like the idea of like, like because they have a symbol for this idea of balance in this way, like this is him like mysticizing, right, in an Orientalist way, right, Chinese culture, quote unquote, right? And it's kind of weird because it's like this is literally like if you go to like like the those like crystal mommy stores, right, where it's like they have like amethyst Buddhas, right, but it's stuff like that, right, just like all of this stuff, right, that's just kind of like all over the place, like a tree of life. But then they also have like Yggdrasil, like the Norse tree, the ash tree, the world tree. Balance is this thing. It's like there are other things that represent this in other cultures. It's just like the idea of an aleph in Jewish culture, right? It also has, in fact, it even kind of has a similar shape to this in some ways. Like the idea of balance, tranquility. Let's see, it's not like the idea of justice, right? Which is literally a scale, right? Which is about balance, literally called a balance, right? In some, to him, okay, already that's already me, yeah.
Not trying to.
Oh wait, let's see here. Who think all things. Yes, we can say about 1.4 billion people that they all think all things come from a balance of the masculine, yin, or public male rational. Oh my god. Isn't like the rational male, isn't that like some weird like red pill masculinist podcast or something like that? Anyway, which is Confucian, and the yang, or the private feminine emotional. Yeah, this isn't him reading into it. This isn't him, like, I don't even know. He's inserting a lot here. Which is Taoist. Yeah, gender binary, literally. I've studied I Ching for like 20 years. The underlying philosophy behind it is remarkably similar to dialectical materialism. I mean, I would imagine so, because it's very, very much tied to, well, for one, right, like this history of, this idea of material culture itself, right, which is very different from a lot of other things. But Confucianism and Taoism are counters to each other. Why is everything? I know, I don't. They're not counters, because, I mean, this is like saying like Shintoism, quote unquote, right, and Buddhism. I Ching philosophy was the coconut theory of its time. Well, I mean, if you want to put it that way. But it's like in Japan, like those things are overlapping, right? It's like Western, like colonists have decided to see them as two different things. But I mean, when you see like the little gami houses, right, all over the place, right, you'll even see them next to Buddhist temples, right? Like, it's not right. And Christianity is very syncretic as well, right? Like, it's looking at places that have a very syncretized culture that actually disproves his earlier contention, right, that there was one hegemonic thread culture that has always existed, and that everything else is just kind of assimilated into it, right? Instead, we have a highly syncretic culture that is the, collection of all of these things. Confucianism is basically about having good morals, well, right, and also basing morality on ideas of filial piety, right, on duties, right? Because what I was trying to say earlier is that the Catholic Church has this idea of rights and duties of Catholics, right? That they have rights, right? And this is something that exists in Catholic social teaching, right? Where you have, and maybe Karasu, maybe you would know this a bit more, because again, I wasn't raised Catholic, and I don't know if you were either, but I know, like, in Hungary is a very, very Catholic country, but Catholic social teaching, like, when it comes to that, again, it's like you have the right to do this and this and this under canonical law. And also, boy meets many. I know it's very different when it comes to Protestantism, because Catholic social teaching is kind of a response to Protestantism and liberalism as well. So, but you have that idea that, like, with each right comes a duty that is due to some other person, the church, right, society, etc. There was 3 pillars of them in his era. Yeah, Confucianism, legalism, and Taoism, right? Like what happened to legalism? I don't know. Obviously, not as Catholic. Okay. That's a dumb way to understand Tao. Yeah, well, making me think Peterson men represent order or females yes, that's exactly I mean, this is exactly what he's saying. Like, public male, yes, men should go out to work, right, and women should stay indoors in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like, that's literally what this is saying.
Force things. Secondly, that there's various magical rituals that
Christianity is not even as important as in Poland. I believe that. I mean, again, like that's why I feel like the way how they try to sell, like, these places are very Christian, is like a lot of people will say that they're such, right? Because there's a lot of tradition, right, that's kind of baked into Hungarian, Polish, right, like different cultures, like Croatian culture, etc., that are part of the life cycle, right? Like, everybody has like a baptism, right? That means nothing. That doesn't mean, however, that they will ever go back to the church ever again, right? But it's just like a tradition, right? As in never been baptized. Yeah, so there's that too. So it's only Orban who's selling. Yeah.
a person can discover in order to attain immortality. Although this is brutal simplification, Confucianism was for the public life and Taoism for the private.
Wait, where did immortality come from? I need to learn this.
Flow and not trying to force things. Secondly, that there's various magical rituals that a person can discover in order to attain immortality. Although this is...
What? Oh no, like... There are various magical rituals that one can do to gain immortality. Okay. Okay. Baptism is not even as popular as Poland. I mean, like, I will say that, like, in the United States, that cultural Christianity aspect of like Hungarian Americans, right, is like, it tends to be more conservative with immigrants, right? And I definitely see that with like he's just mashing religious Taoism, philosophical Taoism to one Franken thing. You know what? That's such a cool word, Franken thing. Like, he's a mess. Yeah, no, for sure. Does WhatIfAltHist believe in alchemy? You know, he literally said that, like, what was it that, like, the Soviets discovered how to do something. I forget what exactly he said, but essentially alchemy, yeah. Yep, that's very true with South Asian Christians. They've adopted English conservatism. Right. And, like, that's something that, like, in the diaspora, I see people who, like, even Mexican Americans who become very, very, like, reactionary and very, like, you know, hyper Catholic in a way, right? Whereas in Mexico, it's like you can go to these very beautiful cathedrals all around the old city, the old colonial heart of Mexico City, and they're all empty. Like, I mean, the priest will do the mass, right, with older people usually in the pews, but, like, oh yeah, I had that in my chat a couple of weeks ago. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yes, indeed, I remember that. Or with people who are just Western chauvinists. I mean, very true. Lots of old figures of atheism: Dawkins, Harris, Hitchens. All of them now identify as cultural Christians because they just hate. Yeah, pretty much. I see that. Hungarian Americans might be more Christian, though. Yeah, no. It's that's what I'm trying to say. Like in my experience, like meeting Hungarian Americans or like Hungarian immigrants who came here at a time when Hungary, before the fall of the Soviet Union, before all of that stuff, they tend to be more conservative, right? That's just a common thread. Not that there can't be, like, liberal or leftist Hungarian Americans, obviously, but like that older generation tends to be far more conservative, and so, like, for them and for a lot of but even a lot of young people I know that were Central and Eastern European Americans, they tend to, like, cling on to, like, their ethnic identity, especially right now. I don't know why, but I mean we know why, but you know what I mean. Side chat though. In Poland, Christianity remained significant due to its kind of a tool against communism in a sense. Hungary, you had less trust of priests, often themselves that was informing. See, that's the same thing in Mexico. It's like a lot of priests were part of the ended up being informants for the 60-year dictatorship, right? And so that's why you have a lot of like essentially empty churches, like they're just like, we're never gonna,
Brutal simplification, Confucianism was for the public life and Taoism for the private. During this whole era, China was going through a bloody series of wars that cut down the amount of Chinese states from over 20 to just one, the state of Qin around 220 BC. As almost all
universal empire in each. Okay, I don't even know what he means by universal, because that's just classical Roman Macedonian. Macedonian? I mean, I guess if you think of Alexander III of Macedon, right, or Alexander the Great, right, as being like exemplary, but he died in his conquests, right? Like, yes, he did conquer this huge empire, but he never really got to rule it, right? So I don't know why you would put Macedonian here. Like Greek in general, sure, maybe. Chinese, China. Is there another China? Like China. Or classical Roman / Macedonian. Okay. Hindu, Mughal, Mauryan, Gupta, Delhi Sultanate. Okay, there's a lot here. This isn't even Hindu. This is not Hindu either. The Mughals were literally like Persianate Muslims. I mean, like, that's what they because Babur when he was searching for people to help him, he went to Iran to receive aid from the Persian Empire, right? They said that they would help him if he would, align with them religiously, right? And so the Mughals were not Hindu. So these two here, I mean, are not Hindu, Mughal. I don't know. I know. I'm just like, I look, like, forever. I like, you know what? I would. Can we send this to Modi? Not. No. What is he on? I don't know. Egyptian Egypt. I mean, I guess. Orthodox Russia. Again, this is looking at a religious thing and a nationality and saying they are one and the same. I mean, this is very contingent upon lots of things. Latin American Spanish. I mean, unless Latin America ruled Spain, which frankly it should, I just don't even see what Islamic Ottoman Arab. Okay, the Ottomans were a Turkic dynasty, right? But were heavily, intermarried with a lot of the different peoples of Anatolia. Arab is just, they could, anyway. Mesopotamia, Assyrian, Babylonian. I mean, there are still Assyrians to this day, but okay. Andean Inca, Mesoamerican Aztec. There were a few more people. There were a few more empires that existed besides just these two. I don't know. Just putting that out there. Canaanite Carthage. That's a weird thing to say, Canaanite, because like the land of Canaan, right? Like Canaan, and Phoenicia, right? Which is Carthage, right? Which is what became Carthage, are two different places. So he doesn't even have this right. I mean, like Japan. I like. Oh, just Japan. Yeah, I would imagine they're just the same people to Zoot. I mean, it seems so. He's just like, oh, these people live within these boundaries, so they must have all been the same. But Babur was not. I mean, like the reason why it's called the Mughal Empire is because of the fact that Babur was related, right, via his mother's side, right, to Timur, who was a descendant of Genghis Khan, right? Like, that's what that's a reference to. Was it? Oh, they were Mongol, right? Like, all of these people cannot separate state, religion, and people, right? And that's such a Western view. Like, that's like literally the nation state encapsulated, right? And like that's why ethnostates are so like easy for people in, like, again, in Western civilizations, quote unquote, right, as they might say, to imagine such a thing, right? Because they can imagine these sort of divisions, but they just don't exist. Like, they're just not there. Oh yeah, Orthodox Russia didn't acknowledge the Pope. The Tsar basically did everything the Pope did, right? And they also have like their own patriarch. And I mean, another thing too is like the history of the Eastern churches is just like this one. Like, this one will be in schism with that one, but not with this one, but not with that one, but with this one. It's, if you know anything about the Tsar's duties, they were basically like the DMV of the time. They had to officiate marriages, baptize people. Imagine. Here, let me look at YouTube chat. Japan. He's just merging Greek, Alexander, Roman. Yeah, pretty much. Western America happened super recently, literally. Sorry, what is I have no idea. Yeah, Mughals were Muslim. Why isn't the French and British Spanish Empire? Yeah, like Spain is there, but it's just like Latin America. Spanish didn't. Brazil would like to have a word. Yes, rebellion, hella Shakespeare. I watched an Assyrian on YouTube, right? It's interesting, outside of ancient, there are no African empires, which is always a good marker in the opinion of a person who hasn't studied enough, right? Yeah, Carthage was in North Africa, right? And it was founded by Phoenicians, right? Who would be not in the land of Canaan, but would be in what is now Lebanon, right? So, both fell into ruin. Yeah, but it's a weird, Christ-centric,
Always happens. The state that comes up on top of these horrifying conflicts is the one that's best organized and most savage. The Qin were like the Prussians of the ancient world,
the most organized and the most... That's a weird thing to say about the, like, civil... It's weird to say civilization and then savage as, like... being one and the same, just like in the rhetoric of people that talk like this, because it's like, it doesn't make any sense. But like, first, can you please get some like high definition photos? Like, it's hard to look at this, whatever this is. And also, Prussia doesn't exist anymore, but okay, yeah, Prussia, totally. No mention of Britain, France. I mean, no mention of literally anything else, but like, I don't know.
Creating a massive government bureaucracy under a totalitarian emperor with a kick-ass military. The Qin formed an ideology called legalism, which in short believed that human nature was evil and that a strict legal code ruled by a harsh government was the only thing that kept society together. The individual existed to be a chess piece in the ruler's grand strategy game. This is an ideology that literally believed
this sounds more like kind of what a lot of people would want the government to be, for sure, but I don't know. The Japanese Empire ruled Korea for several hundred years. I know, like, I mean, the Imjin War is just like a example of like one conflict.
That the ruler should keep the population dumb, and that a king shouldn't love his wives too much lest they control him. The problem with legalism was that it was so...
Sorry, if you love your wives too much, it's gonna cause revolution.
Cynical, couldn't provoke any loyalty. A great example was that the guy who led the rebellion that defeated the Qin state rebelled since he was late to an army meetup post, and since the penalty for lateness was death, he decided to rebel since he had nothing to lose anyway. The Qin state collapsed after a single...
I have a feeling that is not the actual reason why, but I mean, I'm sure it makes a interesting story, like, yes, this guy was willing to cause a revolution because he was late. But I mean, I don't know.
Generation, since it was just too cruel and totalitarian to survive. Legalism became an evil word for the rest of Chinese history.
Bruh, okay, what does this, okay, no, just no, why, who, No.
However, the irony is that legalism became a structure for future Chinese governance and the political ideology for over 2,000 years, even though it was papered.
What? It was the ideology for over 2,000 years. My goodness gracious. I had a coworker who referred to an older Korean worker as Japanese, and I was like, don't ever call her that to her face. And she was generally confused as to why American education system working as intended, folks. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of that where like people just assume that anybody from East Asia must be, Chinese, and it's just like, no. Literally no. But like this, I have no idea what this is even supposed to mean. Oh, it was this ideology for. What are you even talking about? Like, you show all of these different kingdoms and all of these different dynasties, and you're like, they all ran the same way though. Like,
over with Confucian names and ethics. As a final bit to talk about China's religions, we need to cover a few generalizations about the Chinese character, that the Chinese are down to earth and reasonable. When I say down to earth, what I mean is.
Oh no. Oh, getting go, boy. The character of a nation, my goodness. Okay. Have you heard in Spanish people refer to? Yeah, it's it's not a good thing. I mean, I do find his like this cool though. Like it's almost like a sickle. Like I find that cool. What Rudyard the Grillin the Grillin Sicilian is doing? No, it's not very cool actually. It's very, very bad. Oh, but this dude's jacket is cool. Like look at that. That's a cool jacket. Oops.
The Chinese have always viewed the world practically without getting stuck in abstractions, philosophic debates, or broad theories. All these.
What? Oh my gosh, no. No philosophical debates, no abstractions. Bro, they invented paper money though, which is an abstraction. So, just. This is. I don't even know what to say to this. This is just something else. I don't even know. This is just. Whew. Also, does he have to have this as the symbol for legalism? I don't think this is right. I don't know. He could have chosen literally anything else. Like, anything else, but.
Chinese theories are in reality testable theories. Confucianism and legalism are political and sociological theories, and Taoism is.
Sociological. Okay. I wonder what he thinks sociological means. Because, like, maybe people could argue that, like, oh, it can contribute to an understanding of the sociology of, blah, blah, blah. But it's weird to say a judge scale. I know, like, literally anything else. Not a ball and chain. Please, no. Vibes only. Literally, I mean, I don't even know where he.
In theory, a series of rituals. The idea of an all-encompassing god comes from the Semitic people.
Oh no, no, no! Of course, he has to somehow bring in the Semitic peoples. Oh gosh. Ah yes, of course, the Indo-Aryans, rational world that can be explained through philosophy. Right. No. This is not true. I know, this is going a very bad place. Oh, gosh. That's an Atlantic. I know, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Why does he have that as its symbol? And also, another thing is, this is not the entire Semitic world. Like, the Afro-Asiatic language goes down here into Ethiopia, into Egypt. Like, to cut it off at the border of Palestine and not even include all of Saudi Arabia. Anyway, not that even matters, but also kind of weird that in his map of this, he doesn't include Spain. Like, southern France, like this part of France, like, essentially, like, southern Aquitaine, this part, like, Sardinia, Corsica, where Napoleon's from, of all places, right? And Spain and Portugal. Like, why? What makes this different from this? Or I don't even know. I honestly don't know what he's about to say. So
peoples, and have argued philosophy from the Indo-Aryans, and the Chinese lacked either to create a broad metaphysical view of the world. As a replacement for...
What? Oh no, I gotta hear that again. Like, this is too...
theory, a series of rituals. The idea of an all-encompassing God comes from the Semitic peoples, and have argued philosophy from the Indo-Aryans, and the Chinese lacked either to create a broad...
Okay, so the Semitic peoples had an all-encompassing God. That totally was just a concept that just appeared out of nowhere. It's not like, there were gods before there was God, so to speak, right? So there's that. Like, that's how we know things, because we have an all-encompassing, an all-knowing God, which is a very Christian way of reading that too, as well. I love that Africa, I know, no mention of the Islamic age, I know. I knew he was, dip into some weird race science. That's like, it doesn't even include Iceland, which is usually like a utopia for, American race. No, I know he's getting spicy, that's for sure, right? But I just don't understand how rational world it can be explained through philosophy. And he's like, well, China didn't have either of these two things. I mean, China had Christianity, like India had Christianity, etc., like before Europe had Christianity, and definitely on any large scale. Again, I just don't like, what are you trying, like, what is this trying to say that isn't, bad?
Broad metaphysical view of the world. As a replacement for traditional...
I mean, does he think that, like, this means there's, like, no taboos in other cultures like this? Because people in, like, Spring Festival season taboos, like, okay, no black or white clothes. I mean, these are things that developed over time, right? Like needlework, clothes washing, no unlucky words. I mean, this is the reason. I mean, like this here, the word death, right? This is why if you go to China, like when I, if you go to China and also other places in East Asia, you will often see the buildings don't have a fourth story. And that's because the number 4, ts, sounds like the word for death. Ts, right? It's very similar, but they have a different accent on them, right? A different tone. But like, no porridge, no hair washing, like these are things that just developed over time. Because obviously, if there's an emergency, you have to, like, going to the hospital, if it's an emergency, you already have illness, right? Also, lending borrowing money leads to debt, for you anyway. I mean, using no scissors or knives. I mean, I guess this is all ostensibly, I suppose, but hello, DJ. Welcome in. I think he's using Indo-Aryan wrong. Yeah, he is. Indo-Aryan only refers to, like, northern India. Indo-Aryan, like Indo-Aryan would involve, would include, like, Sanskrit, right? Yes, it is a subset of Indo-European. Yeah, you're completely right. Hello, Cam. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. Hello, DJ. Typical fascist rhetoric, really just flatten down any issue. I mean, that's what it is, pretty much. Let's see here. American racism. This is why he separated Spain, due to his mistaking Hispanic as a U.S. category and projects it to Europe. It's like he just, like, he used the Spanish as an example, like, as an imperial power over Latin America. But now they're no longer Europeans. Like, does he think that Spaniards are Latin American? Like, I don't know. No sweeping, really? Cereal on the floor? Just leave it there. Yeah, but we know what he really wants. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, for sure, Sasha.
Religion, the Chinese are instead become quite superstitious. This is because they don't have a god.
Superstitious. This is literally stuff Protestants would say, like English Protestants would say about Catholics. Like, they, in fact, if you read 18th century novels and they say, oh, they're superstitious, that literally was just a way of saying Catholic without saying Catholic. Like, that was literally what superstitious used to mean. So,
or rely upon the anxieties of the world when life's really hard. They instead rely upon magic and other superstitions to make life seem more certain. And we see that.
And then for him to call it magic, I mean, that's also like that colonialist. Because there's, like, for example, right? These things, right, that people often know of, right? And again, this is there is voodoo, right, which is something that actually exists in Haiti, right, that actually has connections to, for example, West African traditions, right? But the idea of, like, the little dolls, right, that you stick things in, that's not even from Haiti or from Africa. That's from European magic. I'm not even joking. It's from European, like, mystical belief that you would put, like, little pegs in the dolls for good luck, not the evil, right? Like, they made it evil and contributed to, right, black people, right, particularly Haitians, right, to make it scary, right? Like, they made it scary and attributed it to them, but it had nothing to do with them. It was literally European magic traditions, right, mystical traditions, where it came from, and it was seen as positive. Obviously, with the Christianization of Europe, especially in its reinforcement after during the Protestant Reformation and the Catholic Reformation, right, you have people going against certain folkways and casting them as superstitious, quote unquote, right? One of them is something like that, right? But the dolls, right, like, those things were never part of Haitian traditions nor of West African ones. Literally, they come from Europe. In fact, I think that, like, the example given is actually from Hungary. I could be wrong, but from what I remember, at least what comes to my mind, Spaniards are less white. I mean, like, there are some people that really do think that, like, America's definition of Hispanic is, like, a racial category, right? And it's like, when the speaker referred to Semitic people but didn't include, well, I mean, like, again, it also doesn't include Egyptian people, like, or Amharic speaking people. Like, they are Semitic people too. Amharic is a Semitic language. Like, it's related. It's in the same, like, all cultures that speak any form of Arabic, also Egypt, right? Like, its language is related. It's also a Semitic language. And like other, like, Aramean, etc., blah blah blah. Like, but no sweeping, really? Yeah, he's only gonna use, yeah, right. A lot of things were tied to voodoo, right? Come from European music, right. Yeah, they're European witchcraft, right? Exactly. Colonialism sucks so much. It does. My dad doesn't get that Spain is a white country in Portugal. He hears those languages and thinks Brampo. Right. Oh my goodness, hyper polyglotting. Thank you so very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, Elise. How are you doing? It's been quite a while. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raider. Hola, ¿cómo estás, Elise? Espero que estés bien. If a mod could please shout out Elise, I would appreciate that.
This in the various foreign religions that were able to conquer China. One example being Buddhism, where Buddhism basically sold itself in China by selling various magical tricks to peasants and Chinese people to kind of...
What? Also, what? Okay. You came at a very interesting time, Elise. I'll tell you that. I don't know how he... So he's saying that Buddhism came to China via tricking people. That doesn't make any sense. Like, that... True, but they don't consider themselves as descendants of Abraham. Well, it depends because there are well, it depends because people of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, they do have the belief, right, that like the Queen of Sheba, etc., blah blah blah, right? So there's like that lineage that they because that's why you have the Solomonic dynasty of Ethiopia, right? So, and that's why people say that like the Ark of the Covenant is in some church that's in Ethiopia, right? But I see, yeah. But they still would be Semitic people, right? Because Semitic, all what Semitic means is they speak a Semitic language. That's all that means. Same thing with like Germanic. It just means that like we are all Germanic people. It's insofar as we all speak English, right? Because it's a Germanic language. But that's about it, right? Like in the like how we would discuss it in a historical sense, right? I don't see why we went from Buddhism to Mao though, because I don't know.
To create psychic defense and good luck. And then communism sold itself in China by basically being a magical trick to catch up with the West. When I say the Chinese are
to catch up with the West, I mean, that's like acting like the other party, right, of the Chinese Civil War was like this like natural extension of like every prior system, which it wasn't, right? Like the nationalists also were against like the monarchy, for example, right? They wanted the Qing dynasty to go away, and then so true. Oh yeah, well, right. I mean, like Indo-Aryan languages like that are related to Sanskrit and etc. So you are correct. Indeed, there is a form of dolls making out of 16 Hungarian peasant folk tradition to heal. Right, exactly. To draw away illness. Right. Yeah. I just don't get the in this beautiful medieval Chinese painting showing the founders of Confucianism, Buddhism, and I don't see how. Well, one, none of these people lived at the same time. Like the Buddha is not even from China, right? Like he's from Kapilavastu, right? In northern India. And no, I don't care what Giorgiani says. Kapilavastu is not another way of saying Kabul. The Buddha is not from Afghanistan. I don't know. There is a link here about clothes and trees and bushes, though. What an offensive drawing. I mean, it's really weird too, because again, like these people didn't live at the same time, like the founders, quote unquote. It's Lao Tzu. There's always been a question of whether Lao Tzu was even a real person. Also, this isn't a cup. I mean, I don't mean to be so like, oh, I mean, this is a drinking ladle spoon thing, showing all their simultaneous truth. I just think he found this painting and it's just like I don't know. I don't see, like, it isn't cited with like, oh, this is at the Met, but the Buddha and Lao Tzu and Confucius wouldn't. No, just I read an interesting quote from where a Chinese man had total. I mean, again, even this, like the idea of Chinese is a Western concept. Like people in the West saw this landmass and see it as China, but that's not how it sees itself, right? Had total freedom to pick his own religion. Again, the Western definition of religion, and none to pick his wife. What? Okay, this is just weird. Buddha is from present day Bihar in India. Yeah. Um, like again, like I mean, I only know like the typical story, right? That because I know like now they have the burial site in Nepal, right? Which now it has its own, which has its own airport, right? Because a lot of people visit there, right? The Sautama Gautama um, airport, international airport, right? Yeah. Because I used to have a friend when I was in high school who was from Nepal, who at the time when Nepal still had a monarchy, right? Because there was a like a revolution, I guess one could say, right? Some people attribute it and call it a Maoist one. I don't, you know, where they overthrew or they essentially deposed the monarchy. But at the time when there was still a monarchy, but there was increasing tensions in Nepal. I had a friend whose family were refugees from Nepal, and because there also had been recently like an earthquake, and I just remember like the stories that I was told from from her, and like one of them was like, oh, there's this site that like everybody goes to because like it's the Buddha's resting place, or so. Let's see here. What an offensive... Yeah, big ass cup. Well, I mean, if this is... Okay. Oh, so he means this is the cup. Oh. Damn, that's bigger than a Sonic Route 44. That's like... I mean, that's like those big... like, like those ones that you get at like 76 or whatever. Like the big ones. Like the big... They're for like coffee or whatever. But they're like... I don't know. Like a barrel. I don't know. Like it's like a big gulp, but really, they real thirsty. Okay, like, oh, the bush tree comment was about the dolls used in magic and Hungarian folklore. Okay, yeah, making Stanley cups look like a Dixie cup. Oh my gosh.
Reasonable. I mean that there have been very few wars of religion or campaigns of religious persecution in Chinese history. A single...
This is a really weird... The original Super Size Me? Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like, I guess. I just don't get, like... There were never wars of religion. I mean, yeah, if you think about, like, the way... Like if we use the 30 Years' War as an example, sure, fine. But, again, like... what you define as religion, what you define as a war of religion, what you define... like... Because people often say that, like, the battle of the Taurus River... right, which is between the armies of Islam, quote unquote, right, and China, right, stopped Islam's like furtherance, quote unquote, right, into Chinese held lands, right, I guess. But it's like a very weird thing to say, because then that would also go against that assertion, because then that technically would be a war against a religion, quote unquote, if we think of that as a religious, I thought he meant the spoon. No, I thought he meant the spoon too, because I'm thinking like, oh, they're drinking out of, right, because like back in the day, like they would get buckets, right, and it would have like a ladle, like, and then people would just drink out of it, right, and that's actually why a lot of disease happened, because people would dip the ladle back in and drink it, and especially with soldiers, this was a big problem. Like that's how like so many epidemics happen, was because like they're just drinking water and it's hot, whatever, right, and then they're just drinking it and drinking it and drinking it, but then everybody's lips have all been all over that ladle. It's like I don't know, I don't trust.
Person could theoretically have belonged to all three of the ideologies above without a thought. Likewise, in China, we see the layering of thousands of years of belief on top of each other. The greatest religion in China is ancestor worship and worship of...
Oh my gosh. This is so weird. Ancestor worship. I mean, again, that's being defined as a religion, but like, could one argue that ancestor worship also happens in the West? I mean, Taoist framed folk religions. I don't even know what that means. Chinese folk religions. I mean, what? I mean, there are also maps that have this non-religious category essentially eat up all of this, right? Like, essentially not even can see these as religions. Buddhism, I mean, okay. Like, these are the 2.4% Christianity and Islam, like, I don't know. Backwash? Yeah, it's...
heaven, both of which have thrived since prehistoric times, while communism and Christianity...
Bro, communism is not a religion. I don't know what else to tell you, Rudyard. Like, for you to say communism and Christianity... No. No. That's... No. That is some... I don't even know. Because, like, why isn't then capitalism a religion? Right? Like, that doesn't... I mean, like, if anything, like, the formative writings of capitalism, like, for example, The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith, I mean, it literally has the invisible hand. And you know, the question is always, whose invisible hand, right? Like, but this is just... that's why it always grossed me out about communion. I know they wipe the lip of the cup, but all our mouths are touching that wine. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, and that was the big thing too. Why, like, when the pandemic was going on, right? That, like, they would not do communion, right? And in fact, oh my gosh, I remember there were people that were trying to say that, like, because it's alcohol, that it's safer somehow to get communion than not to take communion, which I'm just like, that doesn't even make sense, but okay, because capitalism is human nature, right? I mean, but then it's weird, because then we also get a similar argument from right-wingers like this, right, that say because capitalism is natural, right? Well, I mean, like, the same thing as, like, then they will argue that religion, right, is natural, right, because, like, that's always a very common thing, but like those two arguments are both posited, but it's like they should be synchronized, right? Well, if it's natural to believe in that, then therefore capitalism, right? Because
have just been later additions to this rich heritage. Due to China's agricultural style, which requires mass cooperation, belief structures have always prioritized the collective over the...
Does he... Okay. This dude... Okay. We're really getting into Grillin Sicilian syndrome right now. Does he think that you can be, like, an individualist farmer? Like, all farming, all agriculture requires lots of people. Like, there is no, like, successful mass solo agriculture, like, by one person. Like, just the planting, the watering, the fertile, you know, like, all of the stuff you have to do in order to feed an entire nation cannot happen because there's one dude. Like, this is why the idea of, like, kind of like homesteaders, right, falls flat, because it's like, instead of having organized cities, right, where you have, you know, water, sanitation, blah blah blah, all these things, right, that are done via your taxes and done because you live together as a town. Now everybody's buying that $15,000 like make a house, you know, that like flat pack from IKEA that's on Amazon, right? Buying land in the middle of nowhere, but now they have to dig a well, right, to get water from the water, from the aquifer, right? But now they have to pay for this, also pay for something to give them electricity, like solar panels, right, for them to then power the electric pump that then brings up the water, right, into the house, right, and into the storage tanks, right? It's like you have to do all of this extra work, but now you the house is yours, right? But you just have to pay up all of the stuff up front, right? Like, and then you have to, like, also provide your own plumbing, because it's like, I mean, I'll just say this, like, people don't keep, right, like things like outhouses and other types of like non-toilets things around for very long in the United States, like composting toilets, because it's not something people like to deal with because they don't have to deal with it in the United States very often. So yeah, like, so farming by definition is, yeah, collectivist, I suppose. Solo farming. He does some gardening. Yeah, this is so much analyzation. Well, I mean, like, I'm trying to at least, you know, give you the you know, a better analysis of the historical facts, right? At least of what he's presenting.
Individual. This has come in a variety of
I also, I don't know, I just find it funny that there's the rice-wheat border.
ways, one of which being the Chinese obsession with face, or how your personal status appears to others. While Westerners prioritize competition, China...
Yeah, because Westerners never care about their self-image. Never.
...aims for harmony and cooperation. At the same time, Confucianism and Taoism put heavy emphases on rituals that Westerners would see as empty. For a traditional Chinese person, however, using the proper greeting to...
I'm sorry, but American... There are so many empty gestures that just are in so many things in the United States. Like, I don't even know why. Like to even be like, oh, well, they bow. I mean, in America, you shake hands. I mean, like, that's... I mean, do you need to do it? No, but it's just there, right? Yeah, Rudyard's giving us a lot stuff that needs correcting. Yeah.
Greet your social superiors is a matter of moral principle rather than just politeness. Something
like, again, like saying moral principle, I mean, like, there's also stuff that's sort of in-baked even in, you know, in the United States, where it's like, the difference is that a lot of that is also racialized, right? Like in the United States, right? Like, you have to behave a certain way, right? Like, you have to do code switching, right? Like when you're talking to certain groups of people, right? Like if you're BIPOC and you're speaking to a white audience, right? Like, let's say, right, like if your boss is white, or if you're talking to, you know, some other official person, right, you have to change the way how you speak. Otherwise, like, they, like, you know what I mean? And it's like, that is an empty gesture, right? In the sense that, like, you are, I mean, it's not an empty gesture. Rather, it's something you have to do because of the racialized divisions in the United States, right? It's like hyper attributing things to East Asia while de-emphasizing everything in the United States as, like, I mean, maybe from his perspective as a white dude, it's like, oh, no, I don't have to do anything, right, if I don't want to. But everybody else has to do everything for, you know what I mean? So... Yeah, yes, Westerners not valuing people's appearance. Yeah, competition. Yeah. Can I flip off Rudyard when I meet him now, since nothing matters? I mean, yeah, I mean, like, and another thing, too, is, like, this also goes against, like, all of his weird incel arguments, right? Because then it's like, well, then it doesn't matter, right, what women do, right? Like, oh, if you're saying that, oh, well, like... oh, well, if society has made, you know, blah, 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 well, then you can't blame, blah, you know, it's like, but of course, that's not how. And even this map, like, yes, the individualist Hungarians, I don't know, I find it weird that, like, literally, and Karasu, this is not me, like, singling you out at all. This is this map that I don't even know who made it, singling out the Hungarians. Like, apparently the Slovakians, the Austrians, the Slovenians, the Bosnians, the Serbians, the Romanians, the Ukrainians, and the Poles are less individualistic than the Hungarians. So, you know.
Westerners rarely see, but is nevertheless vital, is that the West is the only major society that's scaled up by using individualism.
This is not one society, bruh. I'm sorry. You cannot tell me that Bendigo, Southern Australia, and I don't even know, like Spokane, Washington are like the same society. Like there's just like this is just saying like yes, this is all one group of people, right? It's just I remember reading that data like this: collectivism versus individualism is from college students in the West because it's easy for scholars to get it. So Westerners come out looking weird compared, to the rest of the world. Yeah, it's according to this Rudyard, he automatically gets respect just by existing. Right. I mean, again, like that's another thing too, where it's like cis het white men are given by definition, right? Have to be quote unquote respected, right? In a white supremacist society. Like for him it doesn't matter, right? Like he can say, oh, there's no blah blah blah, but it's like everybody else knows, right? That's why there's misogyny, that's why there's misogynoir, it's right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Why is Chile so dark but just the tip? Was that just you trying to get me to say just the tip? It only gets darker here because there is a lot of islands. It's actually all the same color. Also, it's weird to say, like earlier it said that Mexico was like a super shame culture like China. Now it's more individualist than like its neighboring. Like this doesn't even make any sense. Like Algeria is more individualistic than Morocco and Tunisia. Like, okay. Also, Jordan is more collectivist than Egypt. Like, okay. I think that's because of yeah.
Breaking down the family and clan. In the other main civilizations of Asia, the clan and family were the basic building blocks of society. In China, this is really profound, with families working.
Family and clan. Those are. Oh my god. There's a reason why in German, right? Their word for families, right? Family is Familie, right? It's because there was no term for family, right? Up until, right? Up until contact with the Romans, right? And it's the same thing with saying clan. Like, there are clan-like structures, sure, fine, whatever, right? But it's like when you try to apply Western concepts, like literally like stuff from like Scotland, England, Wales, etc., onto China. I this is where I'm as a historian, I'm just like no, I don't want to do that. Like how has the society itself been divided into smaller groups of people, right? Because it's the same thing in like the Philippines, where there were Bangyans, and that was how they subdivided, right, into smaller, and right, which had like its own structures, right? If we take Western structures and superimpose them, then it's like, well, they didn't have the nuclear family, right? And in many ways, you don't really have the nuclear family, really. As such, right, like in many places in the world, one of those places being even in China, like, oh, I know why, because Hungarians are, oh my gosh, imagine, because of Attila the Hun, oh gosh, like around the coast of Norway, yeah.
As a unit to get people into government jobs. As an insurance policy, families would have
okay, hoot night, Damel.
Multiple people trying to get government jobs at once, and if one was successful, he would support his entire clan. Likewise, China was polygamous until the 20th century.
What? I mean, okay, okay. That's a weird thing to just say at the end really quickly, just like, oh, and by the way, they were also
The seminal moment in which China unified as a nation was under the Qin, who not only conquered the other rival kingdoms around 220 BC, but also conquered the whole of southern China, which was inhabited by native tribes. As mentioned before.
Did he just say what I think he just said? The Chinese conquest of the south is one of those super obscure, yeah, I bet, yet incredibly important historical campaigns. Oh gosh, it sounds like he's describing a video game. The Chinese, wait, so he's describing this as China, but this as not China? Okay, so this was China, but this was not. But now it is. I'm so confused. To conquer the south so fast by getting control of the rivers. Okay. Building forts in key positions, then spreading out garrisons. The natives weren't very then Rudyard, then this means then that the idea that there is a monolithic Han ethnic group is not real. If there are quote unquote native peoples, like if there are the indigenous people of this part of China, then that means there are indigenous people in the northern part of China, right? And the fact that one of those groups is being defined as Han Chinese does not reflect on all the other groups. Like, this is just, nobody has ever heard of this. Yeah, this is like secret. This is like the other China, right? Like, I guess, I don't even know. Like, this is just so, I don't even know. Like, he's like, this was their colonialism here, apparently. So, sure, we have first China, but what about second China? Yeah. I mean, it's a strange thing to say, right? And then to say that all of this is one united identity, and then what right succeeds it is one united identity, right? Like, this is disproving his idea that this is a totality, right? Even if we accept his usage of the term, regardless, right? What he's just saying, or rather what he's trying to say here by conquering these areas, right, or that they weren't very militarily effective, right, it's just because you have centralized control in these parts, and you don't have, these are all smaller states, right, or smaller kingdoms, or whatever they might be, that all speak different languages, etc., blah blah blah. But then that goes against the idea that now this is all one group of people, right? It feels inappropriate. No, I know what you're saying. It feels inappropriate because it's like, it feels strange because it's like saying that the people from here, right, are somehow innately not, yeah, like I get what you mean.
Before, the Qin set up a framework of Chinese governance, but they couldn't maintain power for very long because they were so cruel and couldn't keep any loyalty. After the Qin dynasty, the Han rose to power, and they in effect set up the Chinese imperial model that would last until the 20th century. The Han are best thought of as equivalents to the Roman Empire, and they expanded the Chinese Empire geographically to the borders that it would have at its largest.
The Roman Empire. Look, the Roman Empire did not make everybody under its control, right, now identify as Roman. So why would the Han dynasty, one dynasty, right, in antiquity, somehow get to define the entire country now? Yeah, Joseon is Korea. Yeah, it was a tributary kingdom. And then at one point they were under suzerainty. So that means that like Korea was an independent kingdom, so to speak, but its like foreign policy was set by Beijing. It's kind of weird now because our idea of sovereignty is either full sovereignty or no sovereignty, right? But suzerainty is something that has existed historically, right? Where like certain aspects of another state are determined by the state that it pays tribute to, right? OG China versus current China, sure, yeah. feudalistic states conquer each other different than colonial. Right, exactly. That's why I said, like, he's making it seem like this is like a colonial, like, equivalent to the colonial ventures of Western European nations, right? And it's like, no, it's not. Like, you can't say, oh, now these are all Chinese people, right? But then, like, but what he is sort of like oddly getting at is what is the case, is that there were other ethno-linguistic groups that exist. They're not all just one, right? So, which means something different, right? It was annexed, right? It's something that became part of something larger, because, like, this is Vietnam, right? Whose language and culture is influenced by, right, China, but again, is separate, right? It is separate. So, and even up here, like, this is here where Xinjiang was. I mean, this is too early, right? But, like, eventually when this becomes like a Persian speaking area, right, especially in its courtly culture, right, like, that doesn't, anyway, it's
extents until the present, with colonies in Central Asia and Vietnam. You see borders for three.
See, like, that's the thing that he's trying to say. Like, he's trying to act like they're colonies, but they're not colonies. At least not in the way that I mean, like, they wouldn't. No. Because, again, like, these are all different empires, right? Like, different empires that are ongoing. There is no idea of like, settler colonialism, blah blah blah, like, because this area still speaks Cantonese, this area still speaks Hokkien, this area still speaks, you know what I mean? Like their cultural distinctions are still exist to this day. It's just that to outsiders, right, looking in, Westerners don't see a difference, right? Which I also don't see how Uzbekistan and parts of Kazakhstan and parts of Afghanistan are powerful China. Like, almost none of this is actually in China, but okay. This, like, this is just no. Mid-power China, like, I don't even know what this is supposed to mean. Like, the centers of power in China have always been in this area. Why? Because here you have the main production of food and the main navigable rivers and the access to the trade routes that cross through the Taklamakan Desert that go into Turkestan, etc., and then go over to, like, the Silk Road. So
China's across history. The weakest is a Han-controlled China that's based around the south of the country, with the north controlled by barbarians. The second is the Han control the areas where ethnic Han are majority, or called China proper. And the third is when China is most successful, where China can maintain colonies out in Turkestan and Central Asia, as well as Vietnam normally. And the problem we run into is that it's very difficult to supply armies out in Turkestan and Central Asia because there aren't any rivers, and transportation in the pre-industrial...
there are rivers here. I don't know why. Like, how do you think the Aral Sea and these other seas here, like Lake Balkhash and like, how do you think the water gets there, bro? There are rivers. I mean, even in Afghanistan, there are rivers. The issue is that, like, even here, there's rivers, even here, right in this area. It's just that they're not always, like, perennial rivers, right? But, I mean, sure, if you want to say this is the typical area of quote-unquote Chinese civilization, I mean, and again, another thing, too, is that his view is the Western colonialist view, right? That, like, why wouldn't China want to be this, like, colonial power that owns lots of land, right? And the fact that, at one point China contributed 65%, or was 65% of world GDP, right? At least from what people can estimate, right? And this was on the eve of the Industrial Revolutions, right? Sort of, you know, like there was no need for settler, for colonialism, for them to set up colonies in Africa and blah blah blah. Like Europe had to do those things because Europe could not compete with China or with India. It never could. It was always the consumer of the products from here, right? So
world, not by water, was exceptionally expensive. So when you think of these Chinese armies fighting in places like Tajikistan, you have to view it similarly to American armies in the 20th century fighting on the moon. China is a very particular...
What? It's not like the moon, bro. Like there are rivers in Tajikistan. Like he just thinks it's just desert, just nothing but pure desert.
State, and that it's by far the first country to form in history that's still around. What I mean by that is that the national identity that goes back the furthest of anywhere in the world is the Chinese.
There is what? No, there is no national identity that goes. No. That is completely untrue. That is Westerners seeing China as some historical continuity and attributing to it that continuity. It's not it actually having said continuity.
And the Chinese have what amounts to an unbroken descent from the China of Qin Shi Huangdi to the present. The state has been so powerful, in fact, that it's repressed the other elements in society. This is opposed to an area like India, where the society was so powerful as to effectively strangle the state across its history, or a place like England, where society and government were well-balanced, meaning that a representative democracy developed.
For well-balanced. Do you know what happened when, 1642 to 1660? It wasn't exactly they were so well bound. Yeah, that's the reason why there was the English Revolution, right? They only, got rid of Charles I, so to speak. Yeah, I have no idea what he's getting at.
Confucianism allowed China to have powerful governments that weren't brutally oppressive and extractive, and allowed China to become quite wealthy for most of its history. The unity of China across 2,000 years, and its...
Wait, so he thinks that it's because... I mean, it's just because of governments alone that's why countries can be successful. I mean, I mean, again, and also tributary states. I mean, again, it's acting as if this is unique. I mean, this is not and again, like this is leaving us to imagine that this like empty white space can contain like some vast China. Like we don't know from these 5 centuries, right? Like they were tribute states, but they weren't all to the same place, right? So
continuing functioning as a society is a testament to China's ruling class, the Mandarins or bureaucrats. The Mandarins evolved during the Han Dynasty and took a couple hundred years after that to develop into the form they'd eventually settle into. The Mandarins were government bureaucrats who would take a test, like a mega SAT, that determined their role in the government.
I always have to remind myself sometimes that Rudyard has like specifically is like anti-university. But like when I hear something like that, like the mega SAT, it's just like you have no idea what you're talking. Oh yeah, it was the mega SAT.
Shockingly enough, the truthfulness of this test was largely maintained across history. The positive effect of the Mandarins was to provide
the truthfulness of the test. I mean, the truthfulness of the test, quote unquote, was rote memorization. Like that's what, like, in fact, there are stories of like where people would, like, if they would learn how to read, right? Like that was one of the main things is you had to be able to read, right? To take said test, was that like they would study like the same pages over and over and over to memorize them, right? Like that is what was valued above all else, was rote memorization. Test from the Divergent series. I don't know. I just like right now, like that we're getting into certain things and just like
we literally have demons descending on us right now.
You know.
China with intelligent leadership. The negative was that, as bureaucrats are everywhere, they're quite conservative and unimaginative people. As we'll see, the government...
I mean, again, that's... I don't understand why people think that, like, one, an effective bureaucracy is only as effective as the bureaucracy is needed. Right? Sure, fine. But I don't understand what he wants them to do. Like... I mean... Like, they were able to be 65% of GDP. The only thing that allowed for European powers to even compete with China was literally like chattel slavery, genocide. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not like, oh, they just had better business sense, right? Like, no.
Effectively crushed the other elements in the society from developing, like the military, merchants, or priests, and starving the military for fear.
Why does he? Okay, this makes me feel like he thinks like that, like, you know, like those like civilization was brought up, like Crusader kings and like other things, right? Where like everything is static, right? It's like you just have these like, oh, you have your mages and you have your merchants and like that's it, right? Like you don't. Yes, I will say that you know, there are very highly stratified societies, right, that exist in history, right? But obviously one of the things that happens with all of this change in, you know, kingdoms, dynasties, everything, is that you do get change in some cases, right? So it's like really weird for him to think of China as having this like merchant class that just like exists for the entire time. That's just there, you know, like just waiting around, like literally just putting all their advances into gunboats. Yeah, exploiting humans is always, well,
would become a competitor. The bureaucracy kept China weak and allowed its conquest by nomadic peoples many times. If China has lost...
See, it's weird that he says this, but then he doesn't say that them building a huge fucking wall didn't help, right? Like literally, like they built a huge fucking wall that's actually thicker and, you know, larger than the wall that's on the U.S.-Mexico border. It goes on for, you know, thousands of miles. And that still couldn't, you know. And another thing too is like it's making it seem as though it happened in like one go, right? That's another thing, is like people like particularly like sort of pop historians and everything, they like to talk about like singular battles or singular events, right, that change the history of blah blah blah. But it's like there were other times that they had tried to, you know, take over land, because there were times where there were famines, right? There were times where there were, you know, floods. There were times when there were, you know what I mean? And it's like you have a society that has something like grain stores, right, in its large cities, in its large walled cities. Well, you know what I mean? It's like if you ignore that, then you can say, oh, it was the bureaucracy that caused this. Like, no, it wasn't the bureaucracy. Like, there are material reasons why nomadic peoples begin to go into populated areas in order to, you know, and usually it's because of things like climatic events, right? Like droughts or floods or et cetera, right? So
of responsible mid-level governments, a problem it continually ran into was the bad emperor problem, and that there were no checks upon the emperor's power itself. And China was by far the most absolutist state in Eurasia in the pre-modern world, and that meant that a single bad emperor could just trash all the progress of generations before him. If there's a key fact to the Chinese empire...
No. I mean, again, one, he's doing this thing where he's like, the Qing dynasty and this dynasty, like the Qing and the Tang, are like related to one another, and they're not. Like the Qing were mostly Manchurian or Manchu, right? And like the Yuan dynasty was mostly people that came from like Mongolia, right, from inner and outer Mongolia, but they saw, like, they still saw themselves as quote unquote, like, representing China, right, or Zhongguo, right. Also, this is a Jianqiu, the left. Interesting.
In its story, it's the northern frontier with the barbarians. Starting with the Qin dynasty, the Chinese faced continual attacks from the nomadic barbarians of the Mongol grasslands. The problem with fighting these peoples was that they were pretty difficult to control on their own turf. The Han dynasty was able to do this after a lengthy multi-decade war that bordered upon genocide, but for later dynasties, the only way to pacify the grass...
Don't use words you don't know what those words mean, Rudyard. Loose control. Yeah, so Chang'an, yeah, this is now called Xi'an, and the Tang dynasty. There's just so much loss to Abbasid dynasty. Yeah, I know.
Was through alliances with other nomadic peoples. The nomads' mobility, however, made them horrifying opponents to fight, in that the Chinese armies normally lacked cavalry, being made up of archers and spearmen, and so the nomads could ride circles around the Chinese armies, while the Chinese didn't have a lot of recourse.
They only built a huge wall, and one... China, right, like a lot of the places where these empires and kingdoms were set up are in very mountainous places. So having a cavalry would not have made sense for some of these places, because it's literally too mountainous to need cavalry, right? Like, it makes sense in steppe lands, right, for you to use horses, but not in a very mountainous area. So it's just like weird to be like, well, they had this and they had this. It's like, could they have developed cavalry? I mean, sure, fine, but it depends who you're talking about. Dark Age of... Oh my gosh. This dude, I swear.
Built and maintained the Great Wall as a way of lowering the mobility of these nomadic peoples on the dead flat North Chinese plain. It was normal for the nomads to conquer China outnumbered 100 to 1 multiple times over. The Han dynasty was operating on a similar...
I feel like, okay, like these are like the types of maps that you can make online. So I don't know if he made this map, but again, it's like, even if we're talking about this, right? I mean, Eurasia, it also shows Africa, but okay. Whatever. Who is he talking about? Is it when they attack here? When they attack here? The purple, the blue, the green? Like, who is he talking about? Right? Like, that's the problem, is which one of these is representative of all of China? Like, is it all of these? Because eventually, yes, you do have the Yuan dynasty, which takes over, right? But that's after all of this area also gets, right? And you do have cavalry here, because here you have steppe land. Here you do have horse riding cultures, right? You have the Persians as well, right? They also have a horse riding culture. In fact, polo comes from Iran, right? Like, literally, on the cover of the Shahnameh, the Book of Kings, the Persian Book of Kings, it literally shows people playing polo. Again, like, so like, oh, well, they had horses, they didn't. I mean, that's not true, but it's just so simplified. It's just so bad. I'm just like, I don't know.
Timescale to the Romans, and like Europe, the heartland of northern China was conquered by Mongol and Turkic barbarians, while the colonial southern state, which I guess is an analog to Byzantium, remained independent. The difference, however, between...
You don't have to find analogs in everything. One, you cannot compare this to Byzantium, because there's no, like... This is not Rome, this is not Byzantium, but okay. Even if you were going to try to do that, that just doesn't even make any sense. Because again, people speak different languages, they use the same writing system, and they're part of the same language family. The Sino-Tibetan language family, but they're not I don't know. On the cover is the Ralph Lauren logo. Oh my gosh.
China and Europe was that the nomads were outnumbered 100 to 1 by the Chinese and so assimilated quickly. Meanwhile, there were far more Germans in the Roman Empire, meaning they established...
Oh my gosh. Is he really gonna... this is literally the reason why the Roman Empire fell is because they let too many immigrants into the Roman Empire. Bruh. Okay, the Romans here, right? They kind of move their borders up here and like over here. So I don't know. Like, it seems like they kind of did it to themselves. I don't know. Like, I don't see why. Like, I have no, like, what are you even saying? Like, this is just dumb. Okay, it was a joke, but I was wondering how that could be copywritten. Yeah, no. But this is literally like, oh, the Germanic tribes, like the fall of the Roman Empire, quote unquote. Like all of these things happened after Rome had already fallen, right? But like other things happened. It wasn't just German immigrants, right? Those dangerous Germanic immigrants, right?
Ruling class. The barbarian descendants established themselves as a nobility in China. These nomadic peoples maintained their aggression, and so the Chinese formed their biggest empire ever in this period, the Tang. The Tang descendants of barbarians themselves were able to use barbarian allies.
He needs to stop using that word. It's really...
to control Central Asia to the greatest degree of any Chinese dynasty ever. The barbarian conquerors, being foreigners, were open to foreign culture, and this was China's big era of cosmopolitanism. The capital of Xi'an had Christian, Muslim, Persian, and Sogdian populations, just to name a couple. This was also when Buddhism was introduced to China, which is basically the last innovation you saw in Chinese culture before the European colonization.
What? Okay, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. High heels come before horse riding culture. I mean, you're not wrong. This is like, yes, this is when a Chinese culture stopped advancing, and then it needed European colonization to have advancements. That's essentially what that sounds like right here, and I think that is what you're saying.
Buddhism filled a similar role to Taoism in providing a release from the conformity of Confucianism, with monasteries to escape the stifling Confucian.
I know. It's like his, yeah, no, it is like his N-word, right? It's like his N-word and everything else. I don't know, like...
You what?
You know, I don't know. I know, what a narcissist. Oh gosh. It's just like... I need a little palate cleanser too. Before we go back, so Surya. Okay, like someone looking at this and like saying like, yes, this is so... Oh no.
Family, and honoring social classes disliked under Confucianism, like the merchants and women. As an overwhelmingly conservative system,
classes of like merchants and women. Okay. I did not know that that women were a social class in themselves. That's that's new. That's new.
We literally have demons descending on us right now.
For real, well.
Society, Chinese culture largely set its mold around the birth of Christ. Something to make clear is...
Oh god, why does he have to put it like that? For your palate, like... Oh yes, its culture became set around the birth of Christ. Oh gosh. But yes, Kalmykia is the only area of Europe, it being way over here, that is majority Buddhist. But you know,
due to different circumstances and the long game of telephone it took to reach China, that the Buddhism as practiced in China, Mahayana Buddhism, is basically the opposite of Buddhism as was taught by Buddha. Buddha designed a...
How do you know, Rudyard? Also, that's not how things work. Like, I don't Like, it's always with this purity stuff. Like, it's not how it was originally, blah, blah, blah. Like, tell me how Joel Osteen and his megachurch is like Jesus and the 12 apostles. Like, exactly in which way? Yeah, the birth of Christ, all of this is just like... No, Rudyard. You need to log off. For real. For real. Yeah, it's the only area in Europe that is majority Buddhist.
Nihilistic, atheistic, psychological journey. Well, Buddhism, as it developed in China...
Oh my gosh. Lest I be a hypocrite, bruh, you're already way past that. Like, there needs to be a new word. Like, a Rudyard, you know? A Rudyard, or just a Rudyard, you know? Rudyard is like the highest form of hypocrisy. And many other things. I must also say that my faith, Western Christendom... What does that... Ah, yes, that one religion, Western Christendom... because there's no like divisions that ever happened between Europeans about religion, has in some ways evolved into the opposite of what Jesus taught. I mean, Jesus had attitudes directly or subtly opposed to the Crusades, colonialism. This is an interesting thing to say. But then I feel like he would use it to be like the British, like use it for like American independence rhetoric, right? Like that's what he's thinking of, colonialism. Prosperity gospel. We know what he means by money lending. Like we know what this is. Like this is literally just another way of saying like this is just anti-Semitism right here. And the Protestant work ethic. Yeah, Jesus would not be a hippie. Yeah, Jesus was the OG bread tuber.
China is an extremely optimistic group religion. And, for example, Buddha said not to turn his faith into... faith's not even the right word. To turn his creed into a religion with demons, metaphysical views of the world like God, as well as magical rituals, and take the outward trappings of a religion with stuff like priests and structure.
I mean, again, like, okay, fine. Let's address that then. Then that would mean that, fine, then the belief, therefore, that Buddhism is a religion would be incumbent upon Buddhists to define it as a religion, not Western observers to define it as such, right? Like it's really weird to me to then be like, oh, well, we can tell them what their experience is like, right? It's like, I don't know, just...
However, guess what Mahayana Chinese Buddhism did? Every single one of those things. Mahayana Buddhism mixed with Zoroastrianism in Persia, and...
Is he trying to say, which, again, the Zoroastrianism... Okay, so Zoroastrianism, which existed at the time, then it went to the nomadic tribes. Don't like using the word tribes, but you know, people already know this. And then it arrived in this general area that we are calling China. Because of course, this direction, which is easier to... I don't know.
Then it was routed to China, and it mixed with...
Vajrayana Buddhism has priests, right? Exactly. But it's just like a really weird, like, I don't know. It's just like I don't know.
Chinese customs to become something that bore no resemblance to what it was initially in India. This imperial cosmopolitan China came to an end rapidly with the Anlushan rebellion. This was the bloodiest war in history up to that time, in which a Turkic chieftain led a rebellion against a centralized government that killed more people than World War I.
It has the idea of priests, yes, of people that can direct, Buddhist noble, Confucian bureaucrat.
Rebels were eventually defeated, but this resulted in a mass sea change in almost every aspect of China. With the defeat of Anlushan, China had trouble relying on barbarian noble elites that had previously dominated a lot of the military. This Buddhist barbarian elite did a good job of balancing out the Confucian civilian leadership to create a dynamic Chinese elite. The Tang dynasty kept going for another century plus after the Anlushan rebellion, but then a peasant uprising killed the traditional nobility, turning China into a purely bureaucrat Confucian-run nation.
Wait, so the peasants rose up and got rid of all of the aristocracy. That's what you're saying. And then it was replaced by a civil service. That doesn't... No. I'm still 5 hours behind you, but dope. Hello.
Around 900 AD, we saw China go through a sea change that would set its path for the next 1,000 years. The Neo-Confucian Renaissance. The Buddhists, who had been dominant since the fall of the Han
Neo-Confucian Renaissance? Okay, that's... Okay, fine.
Dynasty promoted a cosmopolitan capitalist order with the Buddhist monastery.
Capitalist? No. I'm sorry, Rudyard. You might want to insert capitalism literally everywhere, but no. Capitalism did not... It did not exist at this time. Sorry. Not sorry, actually. But,
strangely being massive investment brokers. However, the Confucian bureaucrats gained power and Confucian values gained greater currency. This video is going to be pretty critical about Confucianism, and this isn't actually an attack upon Confucianism as an ideology or anything Confucius said. More so that once a single social class seizes control of society, it tailors that...
Yeah, bourgeois. Yeah, I mean, it's weird because, the things he's emphasizing, right? It sounds like it sounds like there might be dog whistles in the wind, so to speak.
Society towards its self-interest, and we've seen this bear fruit in each of the major civilizations with the exception of the West, and that was the West's great advantage.
What? Bruh, you gotta just... No. No. It's just...
Oh my god!
I cannot.
And in China, what happened was that the bureaucrats gained power, and for all their strengths, the bureaucrats drove China into a direction that eventually meant its decay as a civilization. At the same time, the bureaucrats used
Wait, so that means that... So their civilization ended? But it still exists. I know, it's...
Confucian radicalism as the ideological justification for this trajectory.
I just the whole Confucian radicalism is just just that term alone is just wow, what a term. Confucian radicalism. I mean, okay, I don't know, this map just shows what literally tends to happen for human populations. Yes, look at these densely populated centers of human human habitation near waterways. Wow, who would have guessed? I never would have guessed. No way. Another
important shift occurred around 1000 AD. This was the settlement of southern China. In early China, the center of population...
The settlement? There were already people here. What are you talking about? They're just... He thinks anything he doesn't agree with is radical or extreme. He also thinks that this is the settling. He's acting oh, this is China's colonialism. Like, it's settler colonialism. Like, no. I am just like, wow. Like, I've heard of, like, there is such a thing as revisionist history, right? In two senses, right? Like, the one that occurred after the Second World War, and another kind that is also, well, three. There's the one of the 19th century, which is nationalist revisionist history. Then you have the revisionist school of history that happened after World War II, and then you have the Holocaust denial revisionist, like the right-wing white supremacist idea of revisionist history, right? He's colonizing their history. It's unreal. I know. He's like it's like the population went up. This does not equal colonization. There were already people here, and the people here still have their own cultural traditions, their own festivals, their own language, right? There is some continuity, right? But there's also continuity in Korea, in Japan, in Taiwan, in Hainan, in Vietnam, and you know what I mean? Like, there's other...
was in the grain growing north of the country. However, due to advances in rice agriculture as well as adaptation among the Han Chinese to the South's malarial climate, meant that the population...
Okay, now he's literally doing the once Anglo-Americans could survive living in Florida, they began to populate it. Like, no, there already were people living in South China. Like, that's why there already are people living in South China. Like even this too. Like, okay, yes, you have wheat still being a staple of northern China. Yes, that's also true. Like in even in the United States, like even in Mexico, like Mexico never really became a wheat producing nation because it's very mountainous, doesn't have a lot of flat land. And also, it doesn't have the right conditions for having wheat production. But you know what it's good at growing? Corn, because that's where it was domesticated. So, corn can be grown very easily. So, it's like, advances in corn agriculture allowed for blank people to move, and another thing, too, is, he's presuming that people moved in from outside, but also who caused the advancement in rice production in the first place, right? Like, it didn't just one day, right? Like ex nihilo, rice production just swelled for some reason. We don't know why. It was the Dragon Daddy King or whatever he said it. Because I know that was a while ago, but when he said the Dragon Daddy thing, I was like, I don't know, Rudyard. I don't know what's coming out in this video. Like, I'm learning a lot, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to know. Yeah, we don't know what to do. Yeah. Not true people were waiting around and just twiddling their thumbs waiting for the Europeans. Right, exactly. According to Rudyard. Yeah, they needed to. Yeah, exactly. They needed to evolve, right? Imagine he's called, the people that already were eating primarily rice developed advances in rice production, and then their population went up. Wow, it's almost like if food becomes more available, populations go up. Wow, it's almost the Dragon Emperor Daddy. I still don't know what he means by that, but I don't want to look it up.
Of southern China skyrocketed during the Middle Ages. For some context, this latitude-wise is like the center of...
Oh my gosh, bro, you cannot compare the United States. He literally superimposed the United States over the People's Republic of China. Bro, you have to be joking. The 30th parallel and the 45th parallel doesn't tell us anything. Why? Because one, Tibet, right? Like all of the Tibetan plateau, right? Then the Taklamakan Desert, right? The Tian Shan Mountains up here, right? Like like this part of China is not like the Pacific Northwest, right? Like Qingdao is not like Delaware, I guess. It's not like, or like North Carolina. Like no. Like Manchuria is much colder than Maine is. Like much colder than Maine is. What a silly banana he is. I know. Like, just what does this have to do with anything? I mean, even the U.S. Southwest, like, it's not good for grain production either. But under this, like, the only area that ever really had any rice production is Louisiana, right? And that's because, like, they made the rice resistant, like climate resistant, so that it could be grown in Louisiana, right? Like there, like here is where rice is grown, yes, technically, but it's not like, oh, it was grown since time immemorial. No, it's like this had to be done so that there was rice production in the United States. But like most of this was wheat, and then all of this here is just corn. Like I don't even. Portland is like Xinjiang. I know, right? It's like, yes, LA is totally like, the celestial lakes of Tibet. Indeed. It's definitely like that. And Texas is definitely like, what Dallas is definitely like Lhasa, the capital of Tibet. Definitely, for sure. And Florida is like, I can't even, I don't even want to compare. Like, what would even be Shanghai? Like, it would be like, the closest place would be like Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Like, Myrtle Beach and Shanghai are twins, It's like, no.
Of America's population, moving from Virginia to Florida. Rice-growing malarial climates make worse soldiers, given that irrigation...
Whoa, hold up. Make worse soldiers? DC is in the water, I know, right? I mean... Historically, DC, right? Like it used, like the way how you got around DC before was through canals. I honestly wish that they would bring that back in some areas. Like, I think to me it would be cool to have like little canal boats that would just like go around the city, right? But people would ruin it. People would ruin it somehow. I've always thought Shanghai was the Myrtle Beach of China. I know. Let's see here. Historical distribution of malaria. Interesting. So you know what's interesting about this, though? The historical distribution of malaria. Is that it really does show how it was Europeans, like, coming here, where it wasn't malarial, right? Bringing malaria to these places. Like, the Potomac scares me. I mean, I get that. Oh my gosh, there's that one river that flows into it, right? That's like, has those, like, what are they called? They're like really, like, they're a pest, right? Because they're like an invasive species, but like if you grab them, they like are constantly like oozing some substance that makes them very slippery. And yeah, they're in the DMV area, and it's just like, oh my gosh, they're so, no. I mean, I don't know. This is just like a weird thing to say, because malaria was prevalent in many parts of the world that are malaria-free today. And you know what's strange too is, like, remember, like, when we were watching the documentary about what's happening in the Amazon, like, that wasn't malarious until, hagfish. That's right, hagfish. Oh my gosh, when I saw like people going at night to go catch those, because they have to go with that huge light, those are called Europeans. I mean, interestingly coincides with all of their areas of colonization, so you're not wrong. Oh,
Populations suffer various diseases.
I mean, I can pull up a video once we're done if you want.
like ringworm that make them physically weaker. This is why the capital and center of power in China has always been in the north. The shift to the south took China from being a predominantly northern grassland-facing militaristic society to a water-based commerce one. One of the most important events.
What? Okay, I've never heard someone describe China in that way. Like, you know what? I will actually look it up now. Let's see. Let's see if I can see the exact same video. Is River Monsters? I don't know. Like, I'm kind of, I don't know, because I don't want to, like, oh, gosh. I wish I knew what was the video. Oh, no, I don't want to see that. No, Oh, gosh. There's one by PBS. PBS is okay, right? Oh, no, wait. Wrong fish. Gosh. Okay. I'm just gonna play this one and just hope that they don't, you know. PBS is not litigious? Okay. Well, this is Deep Look. I don't even know what this is. But I think the PBS one was the wrong fish. So...
No scales, no bones, no jaw, no problem. The hagfish has slime, and plenty of it. It's survived for more than 300 million years by sliming its enemies. Hello, gorgeous. This circle here looks like a mouth. That's its nostril. Yeah, you heard me. Just one. It's excellent at sniffing out dead stuff to eat. And that's a good thing, because instead of eyes like ours, the hagfish has a pair of simple, light-sensing organs under its skin. If you think these pointy things are teeth, you are very wrong. They're called barbels, which help it smell. The hagfish keeps its teeth, these dentures from hell.
Oh my gosh.
To go with that.
So yeah, anyway, let's go here. Let's go back to Rudyard. They are very strange, but in the DMV, they like are very invasive. And so people have to go at night and like they just emit tons and tons of like slime. So you can't hold them in your hands because they literally will just like, that is their one way of, yeah, I know. But some people try to use them for eating, like to, you know, to eat them. I don't know. Oh, because they're infesting certain waterways, so people are trying to like lower the population, and so some people try to use them in cooking, as part of a way to like, oh well, if we can get people into the habit of cooking with hagfish, then that will lower them, you know. Where are they from? That's a good question. Let's see. If I remember correctly, let's see here. Okay, I don't need their phylogeny. Looks like Korea? I think? Yeah, it looks like Korea. Yeah. Sea of Japan, across eastern Japan to Taiwan, and Korea, where they eat. I mean, they eat it as they actually have it as a delicacy. So that would be hagfish. Yes, there is one that also is like the Pacific Northwest down that way, right? And so that was somehow, I guess someone must have brought it over. Who knows how it was brought over? But they dropped it in a water, in like a stream or something in the DMV, and now there's like infestations of hagfish. So because it's not common. It's not common at all. Like it's not a thing people do, right? The video I saw was of someone who was trying to get people to do it, right? Like, oh, maybe if we get people to start eating it, then they will. You know what I mean?
In Chinese history was the construction of the Great Canal from southern to northern China over hundreds of miles, which fed northern China with southern rice, thus keeping the two regions wed together. Well, realistically, we could have very easily seen a world where South China had become independent. I've made a previous video where I talk about if China is a naturally authoritarian country, to which my answer is...
Why? Just
You what?
is probably yes. However, I've also shown...
yes, bruh. No, that's just beyond. That's no.
Oh, now China goes through cosmopolitan and isolationist phases, largely dependent upon how bloody their last major invasion by foreigners has been. In short, if the last foreign invasions killed a couple million people, it'll encourage China to try to compete with the rest of the world.
Did he just justify what I think he just justified? We're spoiled with blue crab. That's never gonna happen. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, again, it's not something that I think is gonna happen at all. Whoa. No. Maybe it's brackish water. Yeah, it probably is brackish water. Yeah, it's brackish water. Which the Potomac is a perfect place for something like that. Right? No, because like after the Potomac falls, right? Like the falls, right? And then you go down, like once you start going into DC, right? That's when the Potomac starts to get wider and wider and wider. That's when it becomes more brackish.
And if it's killed tens of millions, it'll push China into PTSD shock that'll force it into...
What? Oh my gosh, Rudyard, oh my god, that's just this is just disturbing right here. How, like, oh, if they kill this amount, it'll make them want to compete with the rest of the world, whatever that even means. Oh gosh, that's just. But if it's tens of, oy vey. Oh.
the isolationist period. I want to make clear that China was the wealthiest...
Yeah, like the place where a lot of people that find them is like in Maine. Now, like they're like when I looked up the videos, a lot of them were set in Maine. So,
the most technologically advanced nation on Earth for most of this period, and these changes took centuries to work through. For example, in the centuries around 1000 AD, the Chinese invented gunpowder, paper, and the compass. China was also the beating heart of the global economy. However, for some examples, even though China invented gunpowder, it never started using it for guns and military progress, partially since China had fewer military competitors in the West, which was in a permanent state of Darwinistic struggle between nations.
oh no, This is literally Herbert Spencer. This is literally applying Darwin to racial categories and then saying this is what makes the X race good or bad, right? In the survival of the fittest, because it's Herbert Spencer that came up with that phrase, which is why I don't like to say it. A lot of people say, "Oh, like as if Darwin said." Darwin never said that. Herbert Spencer, the guy that wrote like the stuff that like leads to the devaluing of certain people on the basis of this idea of a Darwinian struggle between different races, is just like, this is literally like, Ming China didn't have a gun culture. Why not? Maybe they just didn't want one. You know what I mean? It's very strange.
But also since the Confucian elite distrusted any technological progress. Likewise, the Chinese were on the edge of what many think was an industrial revolution in the 11th century, with massive blast furnaces and steel output larger than anywhere in the world until 19th century Britain, but the Confucian bureaucrats regulated it out of existence. To see the degree...
knowing that he's like an ANCAP immediately just disqualifies anything that he says about like the bureaucrats, right? That they regulate it out of existence, because one, there have just been so many different kingdoms and everything. It's just like, which ones, like where, like most of that, yeah. They were inventing all kinds of things, right? I mean, like even things like the camera obscura, etc., etc. Like we find examples of it already existing in China, etc. So,
of cognitive dissonance, let's look at the Jurchen and Liao invasions of the 11th century, in which northern barbarian tribes conquered northern China from the Song dynasty. What the bureaucrat Chinese elite in southern China did at this point was write poetry at how much they wanted to conquer the north, while also not improving or funding their military, since using the army would be crass. The Chinese sang at the
okay. That is just... They just sat around and wrote poetry. I'm pretty sure that, like, the people writing poetry and soldiers are not necessarily the same group of people we're talking about here, so... Yang Ge Huang... Yeah, he's an ANCAP. I mean, he says that he's like into Austrian economics and blah blah blah, which is like, he literally believes that, like, like he actually believes that like capitalism is like magic. So
time went something like, in the same way that good iron doesn't go into nails, good men don't go into the army. Chinese invasions of areas like Mongolia, Vietnam...
Okay, one, good men does not, like, whatever good means, right? Like there was a similar view in Europe, right? That like, you shouldn't have your firstborn son, right, who will inherit all of your wealth, go into the army, right? Because like in the 18th century, there was a very, like, the view of the army of the armed forces in England, particular, was that it was being filled up with all of these commoners, right, who were now being given undue like respect and prominence and access to the aristocracy unnaturally, right? Literally Jane Austen writes about this. So like good men, like that could mean a man of quality, as they would have said in England, right? And that just means someone who's an aristocrat.
Or Burma, often outnumbering their opponents on a 10-to-1 basis, normally failed for reasons Western militaries would have found laughable. For example, Chinese infantry had no drill or coordination in fighting, charging as a mob while their armies often didn't have enough supplies of food or water. This resulted in humiliation by the nomadic peoples time and time again. After the Jurchen and Liao conquered northern China in the 11th century, the Mongols conquered all of China in the 13th. This is one of the bloodiest wars in history, with over 40 million deaths, a greater number than the European theater in World War II.
Oh, of course, he has to compare it to that. Oh my god. And no, that's not true. One, we don't know the amounts of either events. Like, we won't ever know the full numbers, but, like, no, just... What? Oh gosh. Oh, of course. Let's use one horrific event to make this other horrific event, which was literally, like, one of the worst events humanity has ever done, included in it, right, somehow seem less murderous. Somehow. We would never charge at our enemies in the West. Don't look up World War One. Right. Or, I don't know. There's this little famous poem about this, like, not insignificant, I don't know, just this small thing called, the Charge of the Light Brigade. Just the Crimean War,
The Chinese eventually did kick the Mongols out in the 14th century under the Ming dynasty. The Ming instituted an even harsher version of Confucianism as a backlash to the humiliation under the Mongols. We see a seismic shift occur in which the entries for tests to get into the government went from very open-ended essays that looked for general knowledge and creativity to extremely boring and strict, which effectively selected for...
Okay, they did not have to... I like how his thing right here is like, the test used to be like creative essays, and now it's really strict, like multiple choice, fill in the blanks. That's not what it was, bro. Like, they literally have examples of the exams. Like, you could have read them. I mean, they have them even at the Smithsonian, like, for free. Pickett's charge, I know, right? Like, I'm still just like, why is he minimizing World War II? Like, I don't know.
Less imaginative leadership. This was exactly when China should have been looking for imagination, however, with the...
Okay, what the hell is going on here? No. I don't like any, no. No.
We literally have demons descending on us right now.
No, just It's done for you, Rudyard. It's done. Just
rival of the tech...
I don't understand how this is creativity. I don't understand how genocide and colonialism is creativity. Oh, just creative things, Pinterest, like, no.
technologically advanced Europeans at their doorstep. The Ming were a deeply authoritarian state, with the state gaining very powerful positions over society and the economy. Confucian norms became even stricter.
The state having... What are you talking about? Like, this is some weird, like... I mean, this is really bad. Like, Austrian economics being like projected back into history when, like, those concepts don't even weren't even a thing. Like, one, there wasn't a nation state, so, like, were there centralized states? Sure, fine. Yes, there was a bureaucracy, but, like, it just doesn't, like, okay, but did they have a single currency? Did they have a central bank? Did they have... No, none of these, like, the answer to none of these things are no. So to all of these things are no.
Women in the Buddhist era often had a great deal of influence, but under the Ming, they were married off at around age 15 and sequestered in home their whole lives. A barbaric practice called foot binding emerged,
oh,
when
my.
women would have their feet broken to make them smaller. Boats in the world, and in fact sailed out as far as Eastern Africa.
Okay. I think I'm about to say something that's going to blow Rudyard's mind. Zheng He, right? This man here was Muslim. The greatest Chinese explorer, quote unquote. The guy that went to Africa, brought back giraffes, elephants, you name it. The guy that, he could have conquered the whole world, blah, 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 but he didn't, because the Chinese were like, are we going to be like the Europeans? And they're like, nah. He was Muslim. He wasn't Buddhist or Confucian or whatever. He was Muslim. He prayed 5 times a day. In fact, he used, from what I understand, knowledge obtained even in China that was to be able to tell what time and which direction to pray towards Makkah. So he knew where to pray the different prayers, even while he was sailing to places like India and Africa. Like, just... Like, Zheng He was not this... Like, I don't even know. Just... He was... Bad to the bone, one might say.
Receiving tribute from Indian Ocean nations. The East Indies and even the Pacific coast of America were militarily weakened. China was experiencing massive population growth, so colonialism would have been logical. However, only a single...
No, colonialism is not logical. See, this is where the real Rudyard comes out, right? This is where the real Rudyard comes out, right? Yeah, it is badass. In fact, if you look at the oldest mosques in China, like, you really couldn't tell them like much of a difference until you go inside, because they look like other. I mean, again, like mosques, synagogues, etc. Like, because also China also has a historical Jewish population, the Kaifeng Jewish population, right? And like their synagogues look like, I mean, they are Chinese Jews, and so their synagogues look quote unquote Chinese, right? You know, in the same way, right? So like this whole, like, that's why, like, this idea that there are like these hard cultural boundaries, like that doesn't, like, only in the United States, with this idea that there's like a racial border along with the invisible line border that has a wall built on it, right? That's like, this is where American culture ends, right, and other cultures begin, right? It just doesn't make sense, like, anywhere else in the world, right? Like, because if you go to Europe, like, all of the different, I mean, even if you go to Mexico, all of the different little regional cultures with different indigenous people, different migrant groups that moved there. I mean, like the Tuscany of Mexico which is the main wine growing region in Mexico, was founded by Russian immigrants to Mexico. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's weird for them to compare it to Tuscany and for them to grow French, wine, like French grapes, right? Like to have French style wines, right? But it was started by Russian immigrants to Mexico. But like, oh, Mexico is a whole one race nation thing. It's like, that's why, like, this is just like, no. Kaifeng, yeah, the temple there, yeah. Except for food, we thrive on the fusion of food. Yeah, I mean, it's like my mother once observed that she was all like, she's like, what's the only restaurant that's the only restaurant that's ever seen an increase, or I forget how it was worded, how her observation was worded, but it was like, that there was like this, like, like I already talked about Temecula, right, and it having 3 Ks for a reason in its name. Instead of the C, it has 3 Ks, and it was something along the lines of like, what's the restaurant that makes the most money in Temecula, and it's like, it's the Mexican restaurant, like, that all the white supremacists go to. It's like, they love Mexican food, and they also, like, a lot of them have also somehow married Mexican people. But they're still like white supremacists, and it's just like this really weird, like, I don't know, it's just like a very strange like cognitive dissonance there. But yeah, colonialism is incredibly antisocial. I know, it's not logical. Like, he's like, many people, big army, big ship, colonize. No, why? Like, why would anybody do that? Like, it's actually it actually proves that Europeans are just weird. They're just like, they literally were like, oh, there's all these people here, why don't we call it? It's just like, who thinks that? Like, I don't know. Love it. And soul food. Also, German immigrants popularized tubas and other brass instrument stuff in music. Yeah, I mean, that and other Central European immigrants for sure. Yeah, lots of Czech, Slovak, Polish immigrants too. I mean, that's why they have polka music also had a big influence as well. Love it. And soul food. Oh, I know.
The emperor pushed her voyages outwards. The Yongle emperor, and after his death, the isolationist bureaucrats who had no interest in colonies, burned all the ships and turned China inwards. It would be easy to describe Chinese civilization at this point as fundamentally decadent. Long story short, I consider decadence as disconnect from reality, and real results being the norm and trumped by popularity.
Disconnected from reality, Rudyard. You just said that colonialism was logical. Like, I don't know.
contests. This was a state where, rather than enacting real policies, the emperor would often just change names and ceremonies to deal with external problems in proper Confucian fashion. In 1644, the Han Chinese again faced humiliation at the hands of nomadic conquerors, at this point the Manchus. They again conquered China outnumbered
It's the same with space colonization. That it's a logical step. We don't even have clean water in most places. I mean, again, it's the reason why, like, the fact that an arch capitalist, right, like Elon Musk, is kind of like given all of this attention and praise and everything, right? With the whole, like, he will be the person to take people into space, right, and establish colonies there. And it's like, I mean, even that, right? They're colonies, right? They're colonies in space. And then it would all be open for capitalist exploitation, right? It's like the very dynamics of the colonialism of the past would just would resurrect themselves, right? Just in a new form, because now we need workers on the moon. How are we going to get there? You need these labor contracts that blah blah blah, because etc etc etc. And obviously that's not going to happen anytime soon, but still the point rests that, like, the idealization of those things, and the attention to arch capitalists as the people that will take us there, is like also that logic of colonialism, right? That, like, Spain did the logical thing, which was to, in order for it to not have to actually respect its Jewish and Muslim populations, it instead expelled them in ethnic cleansing, and then didn't want to deal with the empire that absorbed them and was doing economically better than them. And so then they decided to, do this other thing, right? Which involved the genocide and, etc., colonization of other peoples. I don't know, it's just... IDK, why anyone would want to go to space? It's the place designed to kill you. I mean, sure. He's literally trying to colonize the Earth with his genetics by having so many children. Yeah, he has like 12 kids. Like, I was watching a video earlier today that was talking about him because of the thing happening in Brazil. When you have a dozen children, stop. Like, you gotta stop, bro.
100 to 1, but then assimilated into Chinese culture. All of the cultural trajectories under the...
Okay, like, see... Like, they assimilated into Chinese culture. What is Chinese culture, though? Like, that has not been defined, right? Like, we've been shown maps, we've been shown this, we've been told about the peoples to the north, right, quote unquote, and all of these things, but it's like nothing about what is this culture that we're talking about has ever been defined, right? Just that bureaucrats kill innovation, apparently, even though bureaucracy itself is an innovation. And that China decided that it would rather focus on its internal problems, in one instance anyway, at least according to him, right, than go colonizing around the world. Because, yeah, it's not like that would have caused the West to, attack it even earlier? Like, I don't know.
Ming Dynasty continued under the foreign Manchu Qing Dynasty. China's myopia out of the West is kind of shocking in retrospect. They first made contact with the Portuguese in the early 16th century, who built a trading fort at Macau. Also, Spanish gold from the Americas was incredibly decisive to how the Chinese economy worked in the early modern period. With the
No, that's wrong. It wasn't gold. It wasn't gold. Sorry, you're absolutely wrong. Like, now it's like, yes, now here I can speak to this. It was silver, Rudyard, it was silver. Because the Ming Empire required for its taxes to be paid in silver, which is the reason why in Mexico City the silver exchange rate was higher going via the port of Acapulco to Manila, then on to China, right, than it being sent to Europe, which is why then you had an imbalance of silver. Instead of it being sold to, or it being sent to Spain, instead you had it being sold so that way it would go to China. And so that caused a lot of problems in its economy because, again, because now the taxes would no longer have to be paid in kind, like under a feudal economy. They now have to be paid in silver. So that caused for a lot of economic crashes and a lot of economic troubles to occur, right? Which eventually, led it to, strife. I'll just put it like that. But that's one of the reasons why you had the trade with Macau expanding over time, and the trade across the Pacific with Spain with New Spain expanding over time, right? Because of the fact that you have an entire country, an entire empire, that now all of its citizens have to pay it in using one metal. So that silver has to be brought from here all the way to Manila and then brought to China and then minted, right? So this immense process put the Ming dynasty in immense debt. And so he's just wrong. It was not gold. Just was not. Sorry. You're wrong.
Recession caused by the 30 Years' War in Spain, helping cause the collapse of the Ming dynasty. A telling example of this is...
Yeah, yes, he's right. But that was caused because of the fact that then it caused... this is why using a gold standard or a silver standard or any metal standard, any commodity money is a bad idea, because then it artificially limits the amount of money that you can have, right? Especially when you have to get it from somewhere else, like the other side of the world, right? It was beneficial for New Spain though, because it meant that they now had a choice where to sell the silver. Right, and so because they could sell it for a higher price to the Ming dynasty, right? So different merchants, along their coastline, they instead would sell it that direction instead of Europe. So at a time when Europe was having inflation, the great inflation that happened in the at the end of the 16th and at the beginning of the 17th century. In China, essentially you had a market crash, right? A big bubble that occurred and then collapsed, and then the Ming dynasty also did, because essentially it couldn't afford anything. It was just in immense debt. Mint chocolate chip, ooh.
That when the British sent an expedition to China in 1790, asking for trade, the British brought rifles, steam engines, clocks, and other technologies that were literally hundreds of years ahead of anything China had. The Chinese returned to the British that they had no interest in foreign trade, as the British really had nothing of value to offer them. In some ways, this made sense. At the time of the Napoleonic Wars in the early 19th century, China still had the largest economy in the world by a vast margin, and China had subdued the neighboring kingdoms like the Tibetans, Zungurs, Mongols, and the like, to become the largest extent it ever had across its history. Well, when people hear, in the West, right, that they said, we don't need any of those things. I mean, okay, they want, it's the reason why they usually focus on this supposed exchange, right, is because then they say, well, then it's their fault, quote unquote, for not taking it when it was offered to them, right? That's all. That has always been the foundational logic of this, using this scene, right? Oh, well, the British offered them these things, right? And then only went to have 2 opium wars, right, where they, caused, back when before there was the war for drugs, right? So I just... Nearly all the neighboring states were Chinese vassals. However, the Chinese were deeply out of touch with the modern world. The British in the 1840s started the deeply immoral Opium Wars, in which the British in effect forced the Chinese to buy their hard drugs and opium from India so the British could afford more goodies from China on a trade balance. With a handful of steamships and basically no casualties, the British were able to bring the entire Chinese coast to its knees. In a later war, the British even sacked the Imperial Palace. This opened up a can of...
But, again, this was because, he's missing so much context right here, because Jardine Matheson, right, which is now an investment company that you can still invest in. I mean, it still exists. Its headquarters is in Hong Kong. Actually, no, I think it's in Hong Kong. Because it's kind of seen as like the foundation of Hong Kong. Because Jardine and Matheson, right, are the ones that chose to have their headquarters on Hong Kong Island. Right. And so then the settlement of what is now Hong Kong began to happen. And they were two Scotsmen. And again, the investment company still exists, and they, they're like BlackRock in that like they invest in many different things all at the same time, right? And so what they did is that they kept breaking the law. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's not like the Opium Wars were fought, as it were, like out of like two nations declaring war on each other, blah blah blah. No, it was because businessmen, capitalists, right, were literally breaking the blockade, taking in the opium, right, would even attack the boats, etc., but the boats of the Chinese Navy, whatever. So like putting it in this way makes it seem like China and Britain went to war on equal footing and China lost. But Britain literally used the addiction to opium in China, right, as a way to force China into having trade with Britain, right? Yeah, it's just... What's that map? Oh, it was a map of China versus the British Empire at the time.
Worms called the Century of Humiliations, in which the pattern of the fall of dynasties in a civil war was combined with China's rape by technologically more advanced areas like Europe and Japan. China had horrifying famines that killed tens of millions, alongside having to surrender trade rights, many ports to foreign countries, surrendering the northern territories to Russia, a rebellion by Christians that was the third bloodiest war in all of history, and finally having a third of their country conquered by Japan during the Second World War. China was forced to very painfully abandon thousands of years of cultural assumptions at the turn between the 19th and 20th centuries. This came in too many forms to easily count, either with the banning of polygamy and foot binding, the introduction of Western science, capitalism, and the like. A total revamp of Chinese...
Wait, but he said capitalism was there before. Like, he's... So now capitalism enters at the turn of the 20th century. Okay. But it also existed, like, 1,000 years before. Okay, fine. Whatever.
Civilization. There were two factions of Chinese in this toss-up battle for the new China.
Interestingly enough, you see two groups of reformers. Christians influenced by America, I guess, and communists by Russia. American missionaries kickstarted the Taiping Rebellion. Yeah, because that just makes the Taiping Rebellion seem even worse now. Like, yes, the American missionaries helped start a rebellion that then brought about the blah blah. Like, it's just... The top tier of the nationalist leadership, like Chiang Kai-shek, Sun Yat-sen, and the Sung family, were all Protestants. The communists were educated by the No, they were not all educated by the Kremlin. I don't know where he got this. This is not true. Like, very, like this idea that, like, communists everywhere somehow had access to, like, a bird, like when the Soviet Union was still like a young thing, was barely even able to support itself, or would have even been educated in the Soviet Union, like in the 20s and 30s. It's just, and of course took over China. But so communist, educated by the Kremlin, took over China. But that's not what happened. The Japanese invaded, right, to colonize all of these areas of China, and the nationalist, who he's trying to paint as good, right, because the American missionaries and such, and them being Protestants apparently, they worked together to defeat the Japanese. Then they fought against each other. So they didn't just, like, this happened afterwards. Like the Civil War ended in 49, not in 45, effectively bringing the old Chinese civilization to an end. This had already happened. Like, the end of the Qing dynasty was like 1901 or something, Most importantly, denouncing the old religions and breaking up the clans. Again, I don't know what you mean here, because like as we've already gone over in the people's communes, like there was like, I don't understand, like if you want to talk about this part, denouncing the old religions and the four olds during the Cultural Revolution, that's years later. I mean, that's literally like 2 decades later. Breaking up of the clans, I mean, that wouldn't have made sense considering you had the people's communes. I mean, again, both of these groups pulled on the South Chinese middle class, and the weight of the communist was in the north and the nationalist was in the south. The fighting was pretty... well, that's because the nationalist capital was Nanjing, but... oh, this is such weird... I don't know what he's talking about.
Christians largely under American influence and communists under Russian. The communists went out in our world, but I don't think that...
or maybe it was industrialized. I have no idea.
that was really necessary. I also think it was an overwhelmingly negative move. Besides Mao being the greatest mass murderer in history of all time, killing somewhere in the range of 40 million people.
So now he's used 2 things related to this video to downplay, like... this is not helping you right here. This is not helping you at all. Like, I'm just gonna say that right now. Like, people can say whatever they want. Like, I have never... like... but the way how people have always wanted to attribute... like, to say, okay, we have this very high number here, and it's this insurmountable number that how people calculated, I don't even know, because, again, we will never know. But they always use it to diminish the actual genocide and extermination of many peoples, including the Jewish people, by the Nazis, and the Ustasha, etc., etc. When it's like attributing it all to like famines and such to him is, again, I don't care if people want to attribute those things to him, but it's weird when they use it as a way to say like this is the worst criminal, right? When it's like no. Like, all the things aside, right? Yes, all of the horrible mistakes, right, and the famines and all of the stuff that occurred, yes, but there is a material difference between these 2 things, right? Especially if you're going to call him a murderer, right? I don't know. Didn't the Civil War already start before the end of World War II? Yeah, it did. It already had started, but he's trying to act like it was like already over, right? That like, oh, the nationalists had won, and then the communists fought against the nationalists that way. It's like, no, they fought together, in a principled manner against the Japanese. Then once they had defeated the Japanese, then some of them wanted to actually help from Japan to then help them defeat the communists. So, you know, there was that too. Before the war, right? Yeah. But I mean, again, don't mistake what I'm saying. I just always find it weird when people try to minimize what happened in the occupied, Europe, as opposed to what happened with Mao, or with Stalin, or with anybody else, because it's always as a way to minimize the other ones, right? And it's just like, I don't know. I wouldn't even try to run this experiment, right, on, like, to say who's worse, right, when you have, anyway, I don't want to get to it.
The communists also kept China poorer than other cynic nations like Korea or Taiwan. Also, as a person who's been to China, the communists with the Cultural Revolution killed much that made China great. The Cultural Revolution was an all-out war against China's traditional culture, in which teachers were killed, temples burned down, forests torn down, and the like. The process of remaking China went too far.
It's funny that he doesn't mention what he probably actually really cares about, which is the landlord thing, right? Like, again, the Cultural Revolution, please, like, I mean, I've read many critical texts from Marxists and leftists on the Cultural Revolution, right? Like some people see its utility as a concept, but not necessarily in its praxis, right? In the way how it was done, right? Or in some forms how it was done, right? But again, like to say it destroyed everything that existed prior is not true. I mean, where is Mao's portrait hanging? In the forbidden city of the emperor. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
The biggest thing that got me down about China today is just its soullessness. The only thing people really believe in China anymore is materialism. The cities are...
So the problem is capitalism. But you're not going to say that. You're going to say materialism, but it's actually capitalism. Like, yes, they have become a hyper-industrialized capitalist nation. Now it's soullessness. I mean, this is the same stuff people were complaining about, like, in the 70s and 80s about the United States, right? Like, just as everything started to be, yeah, I don't even know.
They're ugly, the air is polluted, people are incredibly unhappy, and the government's deeply nationalistic, cruel, genocidal, and authoritarian. If you compare it to...
Okay. It's nationalistic. Bruh, I don't know what to tell you, but, like, the Republican candidate for this year's election and for the 2016 election and the 2020 election was very nationalistic in a way that is bad. And also it's weird to like compare people by way of happiness. Like, I don't know, it's just like, yeah, like Thailand, okay, fine, whatever, it's more happy, whatever that means. It's still heavily imperialized, heavily, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, I don't know. It's just such a weird thing to focus on. Like, it just seems like, oh, here's this imperialized nation that's friendly to the West. If only China were open to the West, right? But instead it's like an enemy of the West, right? He's just describing America. No, I know. Like, this is very drippy. I love all of their beadwork and everything. Very beautiful.
To a poorer country like Thailand, the Thais are happier and live in a more human and pleasant society.
See, look. See how he worded it? Poor countries. What are you talking about? China is a capitalist country and has very wealthy people that make their GDP per capita artificially high. Same thing with the United States, right? Like, we just happen to have the most wealthy, capitalists in the world. So that makes it seem like this country is far wealthier than it actually is. We still have a minimum wage of $7.25, right? If that were changed for like inflation, it would be like $40 an hour. Are we gonna get $40 an hour anytime soon? I don't think so. So again, like for him to say, oh, that they are kept poorer, actually, every country that has neoliberalism as its central economic logic, like the United States, literally has everybody kept poorer. And being poor isn't a virtue, right? Like, as such. Right, he just has this picture, which again, the dress, the form of dress is very beautiful. I love the beadwork, but it's like he's saying, poor country imperialized by the West, happy. China, which is the second largest economy in the world, but is seen as an enemy of the United States, bad, soulless, evil. Right? It's just, he's seen Avatar one too many times, for real. The tie with the monarchy that just overthrew the previous government, we like that not authoritarian country. Right, that also has lèse-majesté laws, right? Literally, like, you can be sentenced to prison if you say things about the royal family, if you just say things about the royal family, right? Let alone touch them, right? In fact, once a Thai princess who was drowning, they had to let her perish, because they couldn't touch her. Like, that's how extreme the lèse-majesté laws are. They're like, if you touch her, it's the death penalty. But it's also like, well, if you don't touch her, then, you know, if you don't help her, then she drowns. So it's like, well, what do you do, right? It's just, yeah. He's just describing America. Yeah, he is just describing America. Like, America's a very depressing place. Yes, it is. And one of the places that proves it most is a city like Las Vegas, where everything is just facade for, you know, the service industry. And that's all it has, right? It just has retirees, right? The service industry and the construction industry, and that's it. Like, that's really all what's going on there, right? Don't badmouth the king's dog. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I would say that anything that is related to the royal family falls under those lèse-majesté laws. So,
the best thing you can say about the Chinese communists, however, is that they were more clever than a lot of other communist parties. Communism didn't kill the soul of China in the same way it did in Russia, and that the market was only gone for a generation.
The market? There were still markets in the Soviet Union. I don't know where he thinks that the market was gone. I mean, there was even still commodity production in the Soviet Union. So, and in fact, the more capitalism the Soviet Union let in, the worse the Soviet people were, like, over time, right? Again, people can, you know, critique the Soviet Union all they want. Please do. But it seems to me like this is just such a, like, also like this too, like, I wonder what's the difference that occurred, you know, before Japan, right? Before this 1960 cutoff, right? In Japan, right? That allowed it to be this, right? Because surely it wasn't the, I don't know, Marshall Plan for Japan, right? Where the United States, like, essentially rebuilt Japan, right, by giving them loans and all of this stuff, right? Whereas, like, China did not have this and had to rebuild all of this. I mean, again, this also shows too that, like, even the period right after Deng Xiaoping, like, it didn't really pay dividends, quote unquote, right, until you get to right around the time when it enters the World Trade Organization. Like, only then do you begin to see, like, real. Right, so
did an extremely clever growth of China's economy, with China experiencing the fastest and largest economic growth in any era of history ever over the last few decades. At the same time, the Chinese government has done a pretty good job of expanding their influence around the world and advancing technologically. This shouldn't be taken for granted.
Yeah, China's a capitalist country, and now it's doing its own imperialism. Great, wonderful.
I'm not going to go too...
Oh, okay. See you later, Sasha. Thank you so much for being here.
Deep into China as it exists today, given that I've already covered it in greater depth in other videos. However, I will safely say that China is the greatest threat to the world order today. China has...
Oh my gosh. Just why?
Lots of problems dragging it down, and I expect them to have a dynastic collapse, in which tens of millions at least die, and the centralized government falls apart.
What? Bro, you gotta stop. You gotta stop, bro. You literally just, like... Just...
We literally have demons descending on us right now.
For real, right here, just...
Over the next few decades. However, the Chinese are a proud people, and I don't expect them to go out quietly. Dealing with China at this critical moment will be decisive to the future of the human race. China is still in a process of transition from what it was as an empire into what it's becoming in an industrialized, globalized world. China's so big that it will remain Chinese at its core, but what that means is...
What does that even mean? It will remain Chinese at its core. What does that mean? Have no idea what this dude's talking about.
Dependent upon history. China has lots of tendencies inside it towards aggression, harmony, conservatism, or rapid change. The only thing you can trust the Chinese to do is execute whatever plan they have with competence for a time. It's our role in the years to come to help guide China as an international community.
It's our role. Oh, God. Rudyard. Yes. The two other imperialist blocks. Yes. It's the United States' role to guide China. I see. Guide China into the future. That's some wording. Just that's what's coming ahead in the forecast.
Whether through peaceful or violent means, towards a path that is in
Whether through peaceful or violent means. Oh well, that's not really guiding China if it's by violent means, is it? Rudyard, the Grillin Sicilian. Oh yes, the civilizing mission. Like, imagine we're gonna guide you violently though. Like, that's just
You what?
you know, like, it's just no.
accord with themselves and the rest of the world. As a final note, I would like to make clear that the Chinese have been guided by strong senses of honor and decency across their history. This is a nation that could produce immense good if structured correctly. One of the most profound civilizations ever.
If structured correctly, according to whom? Like, I mean, besides Rudyard, I guess, but like, because I'm sure there are a lot of people that want to restructure, quote unquote, Chinese society, but it's not going to look very good or even Western, quote unquote. So,
If not of all time. WhatIfAltHist, and thanks for watching. If you
okay, so that was Rudyard the Grillin Sicilian Lynch. What do we think? They will play this video as school across China for centuries to come. Oh my gosh. Imagine just. Okay, well, let's see here. Okay, everyone, so we got this here. Everyone in Twitch, please get into the machine. Thank you so much for joining me through this wonderful voyage down the rabbit hole of, you know, Grillin Sicilian dank memes. But please tell Irene hello when you get there. Thank you all so much for joining me. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Yeah, thank you again for this, and also for also hitting the don't go for the next video. I really appreciate it. So I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye. And YouTube, thank you so much for being with me for this stream. I really appreciate all of your help, you know, and your chats and everything, especially getting through this Rudyard video, because it's a trip. So anyways, I'll see you all later. I have to go make some dinner myself, so I will see you all very soon, okay? Bye. Thank you so much, Narwhal.